Okay, on the record in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus William Henry Choate, file number 23-02210. Council appearance.
Morning, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor. LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kayla Carino on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Dave Coleman on behalf of Mr. Choate. He is seated in the front row.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Mulana on behalf of Rose Rook, who is in the front row.
I've not
all
called
the way
that.
from
I've not called that case.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were calling the whole case.
I said William Choate. Thank you.
I am so apologetic.
Thank you.
I'm more used to the federal procedure and state. I apologize.
Thank you. This is my first time with this faction, so I need to identify the attorneys' faces as well as the defendants, and so I'm going in order.
Thank you.
Okay. People of the state of Michigan versus Clifford Frost. File number 23-02212. Appearance, please.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Carino on behalf of the people.
Kevin Kievsky on behalf of Mr. Frost, who's immediately seated right behind me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, people of the state of Michigan versus Stanley Grott, 23-02213. We have the people's.
Good morning,
Appearance.
LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Carino on behalf of the people.
10. What was that reason? It must be the other one.
I believe that one was reset. Your Honor. I believe
So
it's-
he's on, she's in trial. Okay, I will fix that. Okay, people of the state of Michigan versus Timothy King in file number 23-02216. Council appearance.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Kayla Carino on behalf of the people.
Jacob Perone on behalf of Timothy King, standing in for Michael Smith. Mr. King is actually having some medical issues which prevented him from participating today, which we informed the court of on last Friday, and we're looking to obtain an adjournment as he is unable to participate at all, but also in person because of
Okay,
his medical issues.
my understanding is that you were submitting a motion that we did not receive.
I thought there was a stipulation that was being sent in. I know that we didn't have time at the end of the day on Friday to address it, so the last I understood, we were going to address it on the record today.
Okay, well, your client's in the hospital. There's nothing the court can do, so the matter will be reset for him. Do you have any
Appreciate
other
that, Your
issues today? I don't
No.
know when it's gonna be. I have no idea when it's gonna be reset, so you'll get notice either via email or in the mail.
Okay, that works.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor.
No problem. People of the state of Michigan versus Myra Rodriguez on number 23-02220. Council appearance.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Carino on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wright Blake appearing on behalf of Myra Rodriguez, who's present via Zoom.
Okay, I'm gonna mute her, but I do see her present via Zoom. And so, and there was a previous request submitted for her to be present via Zoom. And so she's fine via Zoom. Any additional matters on yours right now?
Not right now.
Okay, sounds good. For the state of Michigan versus Ruth Rook, file number 23-02221. Council appearance.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Kayla Carino appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Making my timely appearance now. Michael Mulana on behalf of my client, again from Paul Pond, Michigan. Miss Rose Rook, she's in the front seat. Waving to you.
Okay, very good. People of the state of Michigan versus Marion Ellen Sheridan, 23-02222. Council appearance.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Carino appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Freeman on behalf of Marianne Sheridan, who's seated behind me in the front row.
Thank you. People of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Allen Thompson, 23-02223. Council appearance.
Good morning, LaDonna Logan on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Kayla Crino on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I please support Attorney David Gilbert right on behalf of Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson is standing immediately to my left. Will you introduce yourself to the court, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ken Thompson.
Thank you. I met Ken Thompson the first time, I think. It's so pleasure to see you again. Okay, so I think Vanderwood was supposed to be reset. No one's present for Vanderwood, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Submitted thank you, Your Honor. We did not get the stipulated order in on Friday as we thought, but I brought it this morning.
And I just signed it.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're all set on Vanderwood for today. Okay, so today was the date and time set for preliminary examination on each file. I do have appears to be people's notice of intent to admit virtual testimony, which was consistent with the first iteration, the first 6 full defendant exams that we ran, and then I just
the first tour I ever went on, and no tour bus, just me, my team, the band, and the I really miss those days sometimes. Right?
make sure your are volume down.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No problem. Your coverage request now.
That was what I read. That was the last thing I received.
Okay, I received date stamp the 24th, which was Friday. Defendant Sheridan's adoption to defendant Burden's brief in support of motion and limine to introduce evidence related to Van Langeveld and motion to compel records. Counsel Freeman, I think, filed this.
Yes,
Okay, this was filed on Friday, which means I saw it just now.
I understand.
Okay, so it won't be addressed today. Did you get a copy of it?
On Friday, Your Honor.
Okay, so it won't be addressed today.
Understood.
Okay. Any additional preliminary matters before we begin the exam?
None for the people, I guess, a general motion for sequestration and ask for an exception for Special Agent Shock, who's the officer in charge of the investigation.
Motion for sequestration is granted. And Agent Shock will be allowed to remain in the courtroom. Any defense preliminary issues? So they have the temperature down, but everybody feels okay. The back row, maybe not so much, but okay. Yeah, you can call your first witness.
I believe my first witness is in the court's Zoom room, Ms. Miriam Vincent.
Miriam Vincent, can you hear us?
I can, Your Honor.
Okay, can I have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can proceed, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Where do you work, Ms. Vincent?
I am the senior staff attorney at the Office of the Federal Register.
And how long have you been in that particular position?
So I have been in an attorney role at the Office of the Federal Register now for 14 years. I have occasionally been acting as the director when we've been looking for a permanent director. I did that most recently for 10 months through March of this year.
And in the year of 2020, specifically November 2020 through January 2021, were you an attorney for the Federal Register?
I was a staff attorney at that time.
Could you tell us some of your duties as a staff attorney?
So we offer legal support and advice with regard to all of the documents that we publish in the Federal Register, which is about 25 to 32,000 documents a year on behalf of over 300 federal entities that publish. A portion of those we then codify as federal regulations in the Code of Federal Regulations. We also offer training to staff within the Office of the Federal Register, and we offer training to agencies on a variety of subjects. And then as part of our other duties as assigned, we administer the Electoral College functions on behalf of the archivist every 4 years.
And so in the year 2020, would the Federal Register been responsible for administering the Electoral College?
Yes, that is one of the things that we did that year.
And as your role in overseeing the Electoral College, what exactly does the Federal Register do?
We make sure that the states, all the states, and we include the District of Columbia since they function as a state for the Electoral College. We ensure all of the states understand all of their duties regarding the Electoral College. We function as a liaison between the states and Congress. So if the states have questions during the process, we can get answers for them. We can't interpret the federal statute. We rely on Congress to answer those questions, but we do function as that intermediary. So we provide the website and we provide other logistical support. We will review drafts, for example, to try and spot any obvious typographical or other errors before the certificates are completed. We then receive the official certificates from the states. We review them for facial legal sufficiency to make sure that all of the elements that are required by statute are present on the certificate. We then scan and make those certificates available online for public inspection. And then just before the Congress meets to count the votes, we meet with Congress to ensure that Congress has a full set of all 51 sets of certificates of ascertainment and vote, so that they can have the full set to count on the House floor during the joint session.
Okay. Now, specifically referring to the certificate of ascertainment, who sends that to the Federal Register?
So that is typically sent from the Secretary of State's office, although it could come from the governor's office. It is signed by the governor. It has to be an actual signature. Congress does not accept an auto pen or any kind of image. So, and then it has a state seal on it. So it can come from either one of those executive branch offices from the state.
And the certificate of votes, who's responsible for sending that to the Federal Register?
That usually is the Secretary of State's office for the state. The electors themselves run the meeting, but the Secretary of State's office offers the support, the administrative support. They provide the room, they provide the actual, usually the certificates of vote themselves. And then they are there once the electors have paired the certificates. They have the mailing materials, and then the Secretary of State's office mails or sends all of the certificates out as required under statute.
And for the 2020 presidential election, did the Federal Register receive a certificate of ascertainment and a certificate of votes from the state of Michigan?
Yes, we did.
And you previously received via email 3 proposed exhibits, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to draw your attention to People's Proposed Exhibit 5.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
So that is a series of documents that is the certificate of ascertainment. We received an original certificate from the state of Michigan in November, and then that was later amended to account for some typographical errors later in December.
And People's Proposed Exhibit 5, does that contain the original certificate of ascertainment as well as the amended certificate of ascertainment?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. John Freeman on behalf of Mary Ann Sheridan. I'd like a copy of these proposed exhibits.
They're all provided in discovery.
I think if we're actually going to now start talking about proposed exhibits that the witness is going to be talking about and identifying, I shouldn't have to rely on thousands of pages of discovery. I need a copy of the proposed exhibit.
I would join in that objection.
Was a copy of the exhibits submitted to defense counsel? No. You have a copy?
I mean, I have the original copy, I can give them digital copies, but yeah, I'm not gonna print out hundreds of pages. But if you'd like digital copies, I can give you digital copies right now.
Well, I think all of them are gonna want a copy, I guess, so they can follow along.
Your Honor, I don't have a computer here sitting here in the jury box, so I don't have access to digital copies. I was assuming I was going to get copies of the exhibit, so I joined in the objection.
Likewise, Sean, on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez, it's normal practice to give counsel exhibits in court.
I don't think that's true. I've been doing this for almost 20 years.
I've been doing it for 40.
Same for Mr.
Okay.
Thompson.
Okay, we didn't circulate thousands of pages of documents in the last court proceeding. For the first 6, we're not gonna do it on this one either. Because
Your Honor,
it's voluminous amount of information. I do believe that it could be remedied by her sending electronic or digital copies. Counsel?
Your Honor, that assumes that I'm going to be able to get it by email, pull it up. What seems to be the most efficient, hand us a copy of what you propose to have the witness talk about.
Look at the exhibit if you want.
And I'd like the opportunity to then be able to potentially discuss that exhibit with my client prior to cross-examination.
This was information that was turned over during discovery.
Absolutely.
Well, we're not gonna give you time you should have discussed the exhibits before now. We've had these exhibits for how long?
Your Honor, I don't know what the exhibits are until they start going through them.
I get it, but I'm not gonna pause every time she gets ready to put an exhibit on the record to let you discuss it with your clients, because that's why discovery was put on. And that's why many of you ask for adjournments for a long period of time so that you can go over all of that discovery with your clients. So she can identify what items she is putting on the record. This is not the first iteration of this. Most of you not only zoomed in or watched the other iteration, but some of you all even sent your own court recorders so that you can see how this was going to play out. So this is not news that this was going to be an exhibit.
Your Honor, as part of the process of an ordinary hearing, the defense
This is not an
provide-
ordinary case.
Well,
I'm not going to require there to be thousands of pages of documents circulated for each person in here when all that information was turned over to you all electronically.
I am merely asking for a copy of the documents that are going to be used as exhibits today during these witnesses.
I merely already ruled that I will require it to be digital.
I await that.
Thank you.
Digital
We'll adjourn so
copy.
that that can take place.
I
Off
have
the
another
record.
issue.
Yes.
I'm going to inquire whether or not the witness has permission to testify pursuant to 44 U.S. Code, Section 211.
She does.
It's in writing and that's been provided.
It was provided to me.
No, it's got to be in writing.
It's
She
in
has-
writing.
And you said she.
Off the record. Okay, back on the record, and you provided, you're back on the record, you provide defense counsel with the exhibits
I did.
digitally? Okay,
Your Honor, apparently we need a password, and I don't have it
password for,
to access the documents.
I didn't create one, so.
I need a code.
Yeah.
Send me the code.
It says enter password and
OneDrive's doing its own thing.
okay, I'll allow you all to work through that.
Apparently, when you put your email in, OneDrive sends you a code.
So we can't create it for you.
So I
think is
did
what
not,
you mean.
I did not create a code.
Okay.
OneDrive's doing it.
Well, I'm not getting.
Co-counsel suggested to check in your junk folder too, that it might be there.
Okay, thank you.
That folder is gonna be well. Exhibit 13 that we were talking about. It's going
Did everyone get their password?
So she's gonna make sure to identify everything by title, and if you have questions about which one it was in exam one of us can let you know. Right?
And exhibit 1, exhibit this is in that folder, which also identifies it by number and descriptions. Yeah.
There'll be no mysteries, we'll have foundational questions that will identify everything.
Okay, everyone has their exhibits?
not yet.
Are you still trying to find the password?
Yeah.
Anybody other than Mr. Coleman having an issue with getting the passcode sent to them?
Something in my junk mail. I've tried twice.
Not sure. Everyone else seemed to have gotten theirs. Yes, you can show them the exhibit because we gotta move on. Okay, council, you can proceed.
Morning again.
Let's see, is she muted? Nobody else. Can you unmute Ms. Vincent?
There, yes.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent, when we left off, we were talking about people's proposed exhibit 5.
Yes,
I believe you said that was a document that the Federal Register received from the state of Michigan. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And could you tell us what information is contained within the certificate of ascertainment?
Your Honor, I just need to point, John Trina on behalf of Marion Sheridan, I was under the impression that this was now going to be exhibit number 10. The exhibit list that was, the exhibits that were provided to us were exhibits that were provided to prior counsel at the prior hearing. Apparently all the numbering is different. So the numbering of the exhibits from the first group of electors is not the same numbering that's going to be used during this set of exams.
That's unfortunate.
So I'm now puzzled because I thought before the questioning resumed, I was told by the Assistant Attorney General that the proposed exhibit was going to be proposed exhibit number 10. And that was exhibit number 13 from the prior group. And now I'm understanding that it's now exhibit 5. So I'm totally confused as to what I'm supposed to be looking at. I do appreciate the court giving us time to receive a bunch of electronic documents, but if I can't follow along, it's going to be very hard for me to do my job.
First and foremost, the exhibit that I told you was exhibit 10. In this case, we have not referenced yet. It will be referenced with this witness, but it was previously exhibit 13. If I said exhibit 10 with this witness, I misspoke. The exhibit I am referring to in this exam is People's Proposed Exhibit 5, which is the exhibit we were talking about before your prior objection. In the earlier exam, it was exhibit
3 or 13?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 13, which is the amended certificate of ascertainment. It is exhibit 5 in this exam.
Why can't we keep the same exhibit number?
Because we had 2 certificates of ascertainment in that exam and it was unnecessarily repetitive. And so I took one out.
You can still take one out and still keep the same numbers. I'm thinking for my own clarification, because I gotta review all of this and review, bind over arguments, 50 pages times 15, plus.
The court wants me to renumber on my Canvas, it's gonna take me a minute.
Oh, if you, that's fine, you don't have to do that. If you can tell us what the previous exhibit was, so I can at least note it in my notes, that'll be helpful for today.
I can't.
It would have been better to keep it all the same, but I get it. And then we're likely to have a third iteration of this. We can't do 3 separate numbers of the same set of exhibits.
Fair.
So this is 5 in this one, but it was 13
Yeah.
in the, okay. Thank you.
You could propose exhibit 6 was exhibit 4. Yes, was exhibit 4. There is no longer the original exhibit 3 because that was also a certificate of ascertainment, but it was just the amended. This is the amended and the original, which was exhibit 13 in group 1.
Okay, so for this particular stage, we're only discussing People's 5 though.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, just a question of clarification, Your Honor. Could Ms. Logan share whether or not there are other exhibits that change numbers, or just the series maybe? Maybe it's just the series change, or is it gonna be throughout?
I think she'll do that as she admits them,
Okay,
to the
thank
best
you.
that she can.
To the best that I can.
Okay, I appreciate it.
And if the court will remember, we had a vacant exhibit 9. So that's why I ended up renumbering them. Did not think it would cause this much confusion. Okay. Ms. Simpson,
Yes.
looking at People's Proposed Exhibit 5, could you tell us what information is contained within the certificate of ascertainment?
Yes, that is a list of all of the individuals who received votes for to be elected and then appointed as electors, as well as a list of the individuals who were actually appointed as the electors for the state of Michigan. And it contains the number of votes all of the individuals received.
And all that information is contained in the document that is marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5.
Yes.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 5.
Any objections to admission of People's 5?
There's no objection from this. What year, I get a year on this?
2020.
Thank you. And that changed from places.
People's 5 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, referring specifically to the results that are contained within People's 5, which parties' candidates were, I guess, elected as the party that would deliver Michigan's electoral votes?
That was the Democratic Party. The electors of the Democratic Party were then appointed as the electors with the vote total that was designated as 2,804,040 votes.
Permission to publish Exhibit 5 to the court.
Permission granted.
Thomas Vincent, you also talked about another certificate that comes from the state, their certificate of votes. Did the Federal Register receive a certificate of votes from the state of Michigan?
Yes.
In 2020, excuse me. And are there any markers on a certificate of vote that will tell you that it is from the state of Michigan and it contains accurate information?
All of the electors that were appointed have to sign the certificate of vote. So all of their names are printed and then they sign above their names. So there's a comparison between who was appointed and who signed. So then it's also paired with that actual an original certificate of ascertainment from the state. So it does not come on its own. It comes with a second certificate of ascertainment that is signed by the governor with state seal, with the names of the electors printed. And if there is any difference in the electors, if there was a change in elector for any reason, then the paperwork that establishes that change in elector also accompanies the certificates of ascertainment and vote.
I'm gonna ask you to look at the file containing People's Proposed Exhibit 6. And for purposes of councils, this was previously admitted as Exhibit 4 in the Group 1 exam.
Yes, I see it.
Can you identify the document?
I'm gonna have the witness do that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
That's the certificate of vote from the state of Michigan for 2020.
And is that the document that the Federal Register received from the state of Michigan?
Yes, it is.
And does it bear the signature and the typed name of the appointed electors?
Yes, it does.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 6.
Any objections to people 6?
No objection.
6 is admitted.
Motion to publish?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Vincent, you said that the certificate of votes, when it is sent to the Federal Register, it comes with a copy of the certificate of ascertainment?
Yes, it's a duplicate original, so not a copy.
Okay, I misspoke, my apologies. And the names of the persons appointed as electors for the state should match the certificate of the names on the certificate of votes. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
After the 2020 presidential election, but during the collection of the certificates of ascertainment and certificates of votes, did you receive any additional documents purportedly from the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And are you able to describe what additional documents you received?
So we received what appeared to be an attempt to vote for the state of Michigan to cast votes for the Republican candidate on behalf of the state of Michigan.
Objection on behalf of Ms. Sheridan, she said what appeared to be an attempt that caused for speculation.
I will join that objection.
I believe.
I guess I would inquire, do we all need to object every time and join in an objection, or is it gonna be a universal objection that would apply?
It's
to
not a
both of them?
universal objection unless you join.
So we have to join each time?
Correct.
Okay, then I join in the objection. Thank you.
Likewise, Your Honor.
I join as well, Your Honor. Mr. Michael Blunt.
Likewise.
Your Honor, I believe some follow-up questions will explain the witness's answer.
I'll allow follow-up questions.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Vincent, you said that the document appeared to be votes from the state of Michigan. In your capacity as a staff attorney for the Federal Register, one of your duties, is it to collect the certificate of votes from the states?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the requirements that those certificates must have?
Yes.
Now, the document that you said appeared to be a certificate of votes, did that document come accompanied with a certificate of ascertainment?
It did not.
Did that document match the certificate of ascertainment you already had on record for the state of Michigan?
No, it did not.
And Did you provide the Department of the Attorney General with a copy of the documents that you received that you said appeared to be a certificate of vote?
Yes, we did.
Could you tell us if there were any other indications with, from that document that it was not a legitimate certificate of vote?
It did.
Objection calls for calls for a legal conclusion on behalf of the witness. She's only custodian of the document.
I'm Freeman on behalf of Mary Ann Sharon and joins.
I join as well on behalf of Ms. Rodriguez.
I join as well, Your Honor.
Okay.
One, she is a lawyer, but in her job, it is her job to collect a certificate of certificates of ascertainment and certificate of votes and determine whether or not they are legitimate. And so if she sees one that is not, she should be able to describe what is distinguishing it from the certificates that, I guess, comport with the rules.
Okay, let me first address the first lingering objection, which is to speculation. That's overruled. You wanted to respond to this objection, her response.
It's testified that she does a cursory review of the documents to see if they're filled out properly. She didn't say she looked at them for a legal authenticity one way or another. All she did was say, hey, if the T's aren't crossed, I send it back and say, hey, cross this T. So she only reviewed it for accuracy, not authenticity. So I renew my motion. She's trying to draw a legal conclusion. I don't care if she's an attorney or not. At this point, she's a witness, custodian of documents, period, in the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I believe the witness testified that she does a facial review of the documents to make sure it meets the legal requirements. And she's saying that this document that she received purportedly from Michigan did not meet the facial requirements. She should be able to describe what those deficiencies are.
She did testify that she does review the documents to make sure that they are facially sufficient. She even gave indicia of the things that she looks for, including how it's signed, whether or not there's a seal, so on and so forth. The objection's overruled. You can continue.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent, are you able to tell us if the documents that we're talking about that you received purportedly from Michigan, if there were any other deficiencies in that document?
Yes, it did not come from the actual state of Michigan. It did not come from any of the official state offices. It did not come from the state legislature. It did not come from the governor. It did not come from the Secretary of State's office. So it did not come from an official state source.
I'm going to ask you to look at People's Proposed Exhibit 10. Previously in Group 1, People's Proposed Exhibit 14? No. 12.
This is now 10?
Yes. And Your Honor, just for ease this evening, I'm going to send all councils a new out of OneDrive with the exhibits properly marked, so we don't have to keep doing this.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was 10, but it's now 12.
Yeah.
And
Other
the
way around.
opposite way around. It's now 10, was 12.
Would you like to see the document just so you know what I'm talking about?
Please. I've got it. Thank you.
Ms. Vincent, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Could you tell us what it is?
This is the unofficial certificate of vote that we received that attempted to or purported to vote for the Republican candidate for president in the 2020 election.
And the document that we're looking at, People's Proposed Exhibit 10, does that contain everything that was received by the Federal Register as well as a copy of the envelope
Yes,
and the certification of records that is the base page? Was that filled out and signed by you?
yes, it was.
And what happened with these records when you received them?
We received them, we reviewed them. We determined that they came from an unofficial or a non-official source, meaning that they did not come from a state office. So they are classified as a record, an administrative record of the Office of the Federal Register, rather than a record of the Electoral College. And we treated them as basically as correspondence because they are not from the state and they are not an official Electoral College record.
And do you still maintain this record even though it is determined that it does not pertain to the Electoral College?
Yes, because it was received in the course of the Electoral College cycle. So it will be maintained for the historical record of the Office of the Federal Register record series. It will not be maintained with the Electoral College record series.
Would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 10.
Objections to People's 10.
No objection, Ms. Rook.
Okay. 1 second, it looked like Ms. Rodriguez got removed, but she's rejoining. People's 10's admitted.
Thank you. Commissioner Publish?
Yes.
And at this time, the people will pass the witness.
First.
I'll be happy to go.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you maybe speak up just a little?
Is there a better place for this?
Well, no, if he removes his laptop, the mic is right there, so the laptop might be blocking it.
Okay, how's this if I move over a little bit? Is this better?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to ask you a couple questions about what you do for a living. You talked about working for the Federal Registry. How does that relate to the National Archives? Is that similar to the same thing? Is it different?
Yeah, the Office of the Federal Register is an office within the National Archives and Records Administration. So the National Archives and Records Administration, which we refer to as NARA, is our parent agency. We are paid by NARA. All of our administrative work is part of NARA. The director of our office reports directly to the archivist. So we are an office that is within the National Archives and Records Administration.
So, for instance, and I imagine that you're pretty well versed in Title III of the United States Code, at least certain portions of that title, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, do you recall that Title III, Section 6 used to be the operative code section when we're talking about what was required of the states in order to communicate their electoral college votes that were to be counted in any particular presidential cycle, correct?
Yes.
And in 2022, you're an attorney, correct?
I am.
And is it part of your job to keep up with the statute?
It is.
That apply to your
Yes.
job? And so back in 2020, And for the record, Your Honor, I provided the court a copy with Defense Exhibit C, which is going to be the statute I'm referring to. I don't intend to introduce it, but I've given a copy to the prosecutor. I just wanted to let you know that you have that.
Are you say you have no intention to do what?
I'm not going to introduce the document.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
going to refer to it, and I don't know if the
Sounds-
court would want it by reference. It's just a statute.
Okay, and she has a copy?
She doesn't. I don't have a way to show it to her, unfortunately, but I'm just going to see if she understands it.
So,
Okay.
so is, so 3 USC section 6, and this is before the change or after the change?
Yeah,
or
before the change,
both?
yes, because you would agree with me in 2022, that statute was, section 6 was cut almost completely apart to only leave the portions about the archivist, correct?
Yeah, I mean, section 6 was changed significantly, yes.
Yes, and then the provisions about what states had to do in order to properly communicate their electoral college votes for a presidential election, that was moved to section 5, correct? If you know,
I'm not,
do you have a copy of that statute in front of you?
I can get one. Do you want,
It's not hard.
do you want me to look at the original, or, I mean, the pre-change or the electoral college
Pre-change, if you
format?
have it, that's what I've marked as exhibit C, which you don't have, it's pre-change, it's pre-December 28, 2022.
Okay.
Section 6 of Title 3.
I can get both of them.
Okay, perfect. That's what
If
I
you
asked
get,
about.
if you give me a minute.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready. And while she's looking at Judge, just for clarification for the record, exhibit C that I'm going to be asking her about substantively is reflects what the law looked like before the change. And what I want to do is focus on the applicable provisions at the time of our events, which were contained in section 6 of Title 3.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the original and I have the change.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that as of the time period that we're focusing on in this proceeding, which is the time frame of December and January, December of 2020 to January of 2021, you would agree that the section 6, the older version, was applicable at that time, the one that you just pulled up? Would you agree with that? Okay, and looking at that section 6 from the time of our events, would you agree that that section describes certain requirements that have to be met in order for states to properly and legally communicate their electoral college votes to Congress?
Yes, well, I mean, this is the section 6. Is primarily about the certificate of ascertainment and preparing for the meeting of the electors. It's not the certificate of vote.
Understood, but this was the subject of your testimony a few minutes ago, was it not? That you look for these certificates of ascertainment?
Yes, this is, so for the certificate of ascertainment itself, this is what we look for when we receive the certificate of ascertainment.
And I'm just trying to focus on the law that was applicable at the time rather than
Yes.
the current law.
Right.
It's not relevant this time. So you would agree that it requires that the executive of each state, and before we go any further, would you agree that the executive of a state means the governor? Or if it's the District of Columbia, then maybe the mayor of the District of Columbia?
Yes, that is the case under that under the 2020 statute. It was the governor or the district of the mayor of the District of Columbia.
Okay, and it's their duty, according to this, this section 6, as it existed at the time. It was required that the executive, in our case for Michigan, that would be the governor, correct?
Yes,
The governor, as soon as practicable, that talks about the timing, the governor has to communicate by registered mail under the seal of the state, correct?
yes,
And what they're communicating is a certificate of ascertainment, correct?
yes,
And it's supposed to be sent by registered mail to you, to your office, correct? The Archivist of the United States?
that is correct.
And it has to set forth the names of the electors and the results of the canvasses of the state that determined the popular vote, correct?
Yes,
And it has to have the number of votes given for the candidates, correct?
yes,
And does it have to discuss and name the actual electors who are appointed?
yes,
Okay. And then if you look at the bottom of section 6 as it used to exist, you see the last sentence where it says that the Archivist of the United States at the first meeting of Congress thereafter shall transmit to the 2 houses of Congress these certificates.
yes,
So your job, at least in 2020, was to receive these certificates of ascertainment and then provide them to Congress. So to the joint house, to both houses of Congress, correct?
yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking these questions is because I want to now go to People's Exhibit now 10 that you were just shown, and I want to ask you, it was already asked, I think, by Ms. Logan. I don't want to ask the same question, but I want to ask you, this document, this packet of documents, Exhibit 10 that you looked at, was that done with the seal of the state of Michigan?
No,
Was it sent to you by the executive of Michigan, that is, at the time would be Governor Whitmer?
no,
Was it, did it contain the results of the election, the actual popular vote count?
no,
I'm asking these questions just to ask you this. Would this document, Exhibit 12, sorry, Exhibit 10, People's Exhibit 10, did it ever have any real chance of being counted? These votes?
that I can't answer. That is up to Congress. For the certificate of ascertainment before the meeting of the electors, we provide Congress with the certificate of ascertainment. For the certificate of vote that is paired with the certificate of ascertainment, we receive 2 sets, but a third set of originals goes straight to Congress. Congress then has its own set. We get 2 sets. One is a backup in case something happens to the congressional set. But it's up to Congress to decide which certificates to keep and how they're going to count and that whole counting process. So I can't speak to counting because that's something that Congress does.
Yeah, well, let me try to rephrase my question, because you would agree, like, and I'm not trying to imply that you have final authority, that your office has final authority. Of course, Congress can do what Congress wants to do, correct? They can choose whatever slate they decide to choose, and then it'll all be decided by the courts in the end, correct?
Right.
Okay, so, but I'm just asking you as an attorney for the Federal Registry who analyzes, and it sounds like you do more than just a cursory review. You analyze and say, okay, are all these requirements met? You would agree with me that Exhibit 10 that you looked at, that doesn't meet any requirements of, really, of federal law.
Correct. I mean, it does not meet the requirements of section 12, and it did not come with a certificate of ascertainment. And that certificate of ascertainment should have then met the requirements of section 6, but there was no certificate of ascertainment at all.
I'm not asking you if ultimately Congress couldn't choose whichever one they wanted to. I'm asking you whether or not it looked legally viable to you, and it sounds like it did. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Yeah. And it sounds like one of the main reasons is that you've already received a certificate of ascertainment from Governor Whitmer under the seal of the great state of Michigan. And so isn't it true that when you saw this other one, this other certificate of votes that you received, that those names didn't match the names that were in the certificate of ascertainment sent to you by the governor of Michigan, correct?
That's correct.
And if the names don't match, it has no legal significance. Do you agree with that? Because they weren't appointed.
That's correct.
So they weren't duly elected electors, correct?
Not according to the material that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Vincent. I appreciate your time.
Ma'am, I'll go next. That way we can kind of keep you,
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
and have permission to remain seated.
Yes, it's fine.
Ma'am, when I'm referring you back to Exhibit 10. Was there any signature that purported to be Governor Whitmer's in any of the documents that are attached with Exhibit 10?
No, I don't believe so.
All right, and I'm going back to the 2020 presidential election rules. 3 USC section 6, 11, 12, and 13. Under the general authority, it says office and federal staff ensures electoral documents are transmitted to Congress, which you transmitted the Democrat votes, correct? Books. I think it was 5, Exhibit 5.
Yeah, I don't know that we transmitted Michigan certificates of vote. I can look and see which sets we transmitted to Congress in 2020. But Congress usually receives most of the states, and then we only give them a handful if some are delayed in arriving.
But the general authority, it says that your part of the responsibility is for you to transmit those documents to Congress. And it sounds like you transmitted Exhibit 5, but not Exhibit 10, correct?
We did not transmit Exhibit 10.
Thank you. It also says that OFR staff reviews the electoral certificates for required signatures, seals, and other matters of form as specified in federal law. That's when you were referring to basically cross your T's, dot the I's, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
But it also says only Congress and the courts have the authority to rule on substantive legal issues. And you said you didn't transmit number 10. Isn't that making a legal determination?
No. Well,
okay.
The certificate, if the certificate, in our opinion, based on everything that we received, that material did not come from an official state source. So it is not part of the Electoral College records. So there is no reason to transmit it.
I think you said that you recorded this just an administrative record, correct?
That is correct.
All right, because it didn't have the required signature, seals, and other matters of form, correct?
Correct.
Did you send Exhibit 10 back for corrections to the sender?
We contacted our official points of contact with the state of Michigan.
Did you send it back to the sender?
No, we do not, we did not. We deal for the Electoral College, we have official points of contact with the state. So anything that we get from the state, if there's a problem, we have specific people that we contact to say this is a problem and it needs to get fixed. So when we received Exhibit 10, we notified our state contacts
Do you remember
that
who
this is
those
something that we had
might have been?
received.
You remember who those might have been? If you don't, that's fine. I don't need you to. I was just curious if you knew. But you didn't send it back. You know for certain that you didn't send it back to the people, to any of the people that are listed in that document or those documents, correct?
That is correct.
That's because you didn't see it as an official vote.
One, it
Yes or
was
no?
either, so however you want to look at it, it was either unofficial material, so not an official vote, or it was from the state of Michigan and was done improperly, in which case it had to be redone. We contacted the state of Michigan to notify them that we had received this material. So if it had been official, the state of Michigan could have redone it and authenticated it, which they did not do, which makes it unofficial.
So you're saying that document is not official, and that would be an agreement with that. You said it was an unofficial source, so you filed it as an administrative record, correct?
Yes,
You didn't transmit it to Congress,
correct.
so your office reviewed it as just a document then, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
No questions, Judge.
Your Honor, I have a few questions. I guess I would inquire first. Since objections have to be made separately, I don't want to have to repeat every single question that brother counsel just did. Can I just make a statement that I adopt their cross-examination into mine? Or do you want me to go through every single question?
It's not really necessary. You're, the purpose of you questioning is so that you can get that answer. And so the answer is on the record. You don't need to restate it.
Okay, so.
Or even adopt it. You
So
don't
as
even
an
need to.
ongoing thing, we all acknowledge everybody's cross-examined.
Correct. But because your objection is for you to obviously put your standing for appeal, you got to individually put that on the record.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure I was getting it right. I don't want to repeat a bunch.
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Stuff that doesn't need. Ma'am, can you hear me all right? I'm a little bit farther away.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm Dave Coleman. I represent Mr. Hank Cho in this case. Just a couple of additional questions. Do you know Hank Cho?
No,
You ever met him?
no,
Never talked to him at all?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you have a record of who actually mailed you Exhibit 10?
No, as far as I can recall, it was the Republican Party, but I don't see a specific name.
Okay. So was there a return address on the envelope or anything else?
Not that I can read.
All right. And you would agree, because you just got through a number of questions, that it's federal law, the sections that you've been talking about, that control the proper transmittal of the certificate of ascertainment and the certificate of votes. Is that right?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that Exhibit 10 was on behalf of Republican electors as opposed to the Democrat electors?
Yes.
So you weren't deceived or fooled by anything in Exhibit 10, right?
I'm not,
In other words, they didn't claim to be the Democrat. Exhibit 10, the Republican electors that document was sent to you, they didn't claim to be the Democrat electors, did they?
no,
Did they forge any signatures of any Democrat elector?
not that I'm aware of.
Did they alter the Democrat elector document in any way whatsoever?
No.
Did they counterfeit the Democrat documents in any way? When I say they, I mean the Republican electors.
I have that. I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that question. I
You
mean,
don't have any evidence that it was counterfeited, do you?
no, I mean, what I have is a document that's signed by people who match the Republican electors on the certificate of ascertainment.
Thank you. And do you have any evidence that suggests that the Republican electors made the document that the Democrats submitted in Exhibit 5? Did they make it, or did the Democrats make that document?
I don't know who made it. The Democrats signed it.
And you don't know who made Exhibit 10. You don't know who made the Republican document that was sent to you, do you?
No.
So you have no evidence that Hank Choate made that document, Exhibit 10, is that correct?
That's correct.
All the questions I have. Thank you, Judge.
I represent Mr. Clifford Frost. I have a handful of questions. I'm not going to be repetitive. But let's start with Mike Pence. So Mike Pence, what official role or capacity did he serve in when it came to the counting of the electoral votes back in the 2020 election?
I mean, under the statute and in his role as the president of the Senate, he presided over the joint session of Congress.
Is it fair to say that given, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, that's all I can say about Mr. Pence and his role. That's really what happens in Congress is well outside my scope of sort of knowledge and expertise. What happens in Congress is Congress.
I believe you said you're an attorney that has been working for the federal government. How long have you been working for the federal government again?
So I've been working for the Office of the Federal Register for 14 years, but I've been working for the federal government for more than 25.
Gotcha. And you're familiar generally, it sounds like, with the federal statutes that govern the counting of electoral votes from the various states, correct?
Yes.
So back to my question about Mr. Pence, what was his role during that counting process, given your knowledge and expertise in federal law?
So, I mean, his role is ministerial. He stands up and he presides and he reports what the vote is.
Can you explain to me what you mean that his role is ministerial?
He has, I mean, his role is to announce, to serve sort of, I mean, you could say as an MC, master of ceremonies. It's not substantive. But exactly what his duties are in that role and how he functions, that I can't go into those details. I don't know them. But
Fair enough. So it's almost like he is at the Oscars opening up the envelope to say who won the Academy Award. He's not determining who wins the Academy Award, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when it comes to Mr. Pence, to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, did he receive a copy of Exhibit 10?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No, I do not know. I mean, for the certificates of vote, under Section 12, as it existed, 3 USC Section 12, as it existed in 2020, the states send one complete set of certificates of ascertainment and vote to Congress, to the President of the Senate, which was at that point Mr. Pence, to his office, and they send 2 complete sets to the Office of the Federal Register. One of those sets we hold in reserve in case one of the sets to Congress does not arrive in time. In which case, on demand, we will transmit our second set to Congress so that the Office of the Secretary of the Senate has a complete set so that they can count the votes in the joint session on January 6th. What was in Exhibit 10, what we considered a non-official certificate, that came directly to the archivist. There's an indication that a number of other individuals were CC'd or got their own copies. But all I can speak to is the names of the individuals who are in that list. I have no idea if those packages were mailed or if they were received. We did not discuss whether or not Congress received a package like that, and Congress did not ask us for a copy of that. So I have no idea if Mr. Pence received a copy that would be the equivalent of Exhibit 10.
But according to your testimony, you have testified before, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you did not transmit a copy of Exhibit 10 to either House of Congress, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not Mr. Pence actually saw it?
Correct. I mean, if it was mailed to the Secretary of the Senate, the Secretary of the Senate's office and the President of the Senate may have gotten his own copy. I don't know if that happened. I don't know if he saw it.
And when we take a look at that particular record of the proceedings, counting the votes, the congressional record, is that something that your office maintains or no?
No.
Okay. Apart from this particular certificate or any other similar facsimiles that you received from other states for the year or the election year 2020, have you received, as you have called them, unofficial or non-official certificates of vote in prior years, prior election years?
Yes.
Okay. And how many elections going back did you receive these type of unofficial or non-official votes?
That I don't know. I mean, anecdotally, I can speak to, I think, 2 or 3.
Well,
There,
if I may, I'm sorry, go ahead.
so they're infrequent, but they're not rare, is all I can say.
They're not rare is what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a look back at 2016. You were working in the same role during that time period when we had a presidential election, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving any unofficial or non-official sources or certificates of votes during that election?
Not in 2016.
Okay, can you tell me the particular years in which you have received these unofficial or non-official certificates of votes? If it's not 2016, what years are we talking about?
So, I know
There was an there was an objection. What's the objection? Relevance. What's the relevance?
The relevance is that when it comes to the particular certificate in question with Exhibit 10, we're taking a look at other things that purport to be certificates of votes. And it's important to try to distinguish if there's any type of difference between how these other votes were treated and this particular certificate of vote. I'm going to be very short with this.
Your question or your line of question is to see how the other
Yes, how this particular federal office treated those other prior certificates that they have received.
this question was asked in the first iteration too, so I'll overrule the objection. You can continue.
Thank you.
the election and the certificate that I remember most clearly was 2012.
And that particular certificate in 2012, do you remember who issued that or who sent that in or what it purported to be?
So that was from the state of Virginia. I do not recall the name of the individual. He was representing I guess a fringe political party. It's a I don't recall which one it was. It's a registered political party, but it is not widely followed, and is not on the ballot in very many states. He sent in the certificate of vote that purported to elect himself as vice president and somebody else as president. And he attested to the fact that the Democratic electors did not appear at the meeting of the electors. They chose not to meet, so his electors voted instead.
So for that particular certificate of vote that you received for the 2012 election, how did your office, and specifically you, how did you treat that particular vote that came in that appeared to be illegitimate?
We contacted our NARA's Office of the Inspector General. We contacted the state of Virginia, and I believe we contacted either the Department of Justice or the FBI to alert them to the fact of this certificate.
And when it comes to Exhibit 10, essentially the certificate of vote that came from the Republican electors, is that widely available on your website?
It is available in the National Archives and Records Administration eFOIA reading room.
Okay. And when it comes to the certificate back in 2012, that particular certificate, is that readily available online for people to take a look at?
No.
No?
Not anymore.
Why not anymore? Okay, so why not the 2012 certificate, but you still have the certificate from 2020?
Because the 2012 certificate was at that point still classified as just general correspondence. And so it had a disposition schedule and was destroyed. Given the interest in what was going on in 2020, we decided that record classification and disposition schedule was not adequate and did not benefit our records and the country as a whole. And so for historical purposes, we reclassified all of that material as permanent records.
Gotcha. So when you receive material in the mail, you have a classification system you just testified to, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking for every single possible classification because, being somewhat familiar with the federal government, I know that it could be, rather long and extensive. But for certificates of votes, in addition to certificates of ascertainment that come into your office, what are the possible classifications? I think you said general correspondence was one for like the 2012 certificates that you received, right?
And you're referring to material relevant to the Electoral College?
Correct. So when you receive these certificates purporting to vote for president, vice president, whatnot, during the 2020 election, and also, frankly, if you have the same organizational schema moving backward, what are the possible classifications you can give these documents that purport to be certificates of votes or certificates of ascertainment?
So it could be general correspondence, which would be kept for 1 year and then disposed of. FOIA requests are kept for 6 or 7 years. They could be temporary working records that would be kept until they're no longer needed. Or they could be then official administrative records of the office that we maintain in the office for a certain number of years, and then we'll go into the National Archives as a permanent record. The Electoral College certificates themselves go in as permanent records, and there's no waiting period for those. They're classified in the presidential record series, and they go directly into the National Archives.
Gotcha. So if I'm taking a look at the certificate, again, you received in Virginia or from someone in Virginia for the 2012 election, that was categorized as general correspondence and destroyed after 1 year. Am I understanding your testimony correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you believe that this was just general correspondence? Why didn't you give it, maybe an elevated status or another look?
And I'm gonna object. I don't understand why the classification of the 2012 certificate of votes is relevant in this 2020 case. It's not even.
If I may respond, Your Honor, very quickly, it's just because we have to take a look to see how the record back in 2012 was treated, again, with the record back in 2020 from the state of Michigan. I just want to see how she treated approaching them, classifying them, and what she did with them.
I think it goes to credibility, so I'll allow him to that question on it. I think it goes to credibility. I think we have these questions previously in the first iteration. There was an objection, which I overruled, and I'm gonna overrule it on this one too.
Well, I was gonna say, I believe the witnesses answered that question about why 2020 was classified differently than 2012. She's already answered that question.
So that's ask and answer. That's a different objection.
So now I'm asking, saying ask and answer.
Okay, you know what? I will just withdraw that question. I'm just gonna go to the very next one. So
Thank you.
I'll sort of smooth things out. So how was the record in 2020 that came from the purported Republican electors, Exhibit 10, treated or classified when it came into your office?
Well, I mean, so it came in, it was a non-official. It came in as a letter, so it would be essentially initially looked at as correspondence. But it appeared to be an attempt to vote. So then it was reclassified as non-official electoral college material.
So just so I can understand your testimony correctly, it first came in as general correspondence, but then it became another classification. You said non-official something or other. I'm sorry, what was that term?
So when it came in, it did not come in from the state of Michigan. So it came in as a letter. Just, I mean, we get letters from all over everywhere. But it did not come from an official state of Michigan government source. So we had a letter. Normally, letters would be correspondence. When we opened it, and it was an attempt, or it appeared to be an attempt to vote, or an attempt to create a certificate of vote for the Electoral College, then at that point, it was clear that it was not correspondence. It was part of the Electoral College record. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it was then clearly part of the non-official Electoral College material that was then a permanent record of the Office of the Federal Register.
These various classifications that you mentioned, who makes the determination of how a particular document or material is classified? Is that you? Is it someone else?
It could be me. We have a records manager on site. So it's classified according to the record schedule that we have that's approved by the National Archives and Records Administration. Every agency has its own record schedule, or it functions under the general record schedule that the National Archives has issued.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Morning, my name is John Freeman. I represent Mary Ann Sheridan. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, fantastic. So I want to talk about the last document that you were just answering some questions on. And that was specifically the certificate of vote. Is that correct?
Yes, Exhibit 10.
And could you explain to us in this particular case with specifically Exhibit 10, who classified that document as an unofficial record?
That was a joint decision by the legal division. So that was me and the then Director of Legal Affairs, Katerina Horska.
I'm sorry, could you spell the name, please?
Katerina as in Sam, K-A.
Now, when the document first came in, it was classified as correspondence. Is that correct?
Well, it appeared to be correspondence because it was in an envelope as a letter. So,
could you describe the process that was undertaken to categorize it as it ultimately was categorized by yourself and the person that you just named?
We opened the envelope and we took out the material. And the initial enclosure said electoral votes of the state of Michigan. So at that point, the classification was not very difficult because the enclosed envelope, the manila envelope, whatever, had the statement on it. So clearly it was part of the Electoral College. But it came from a source that was not a state office. It did not have a paired certificate of ascertainment. And the electors who signed the certificate did not match the names of the electors who had been appointed to vote and to cast electoral votes.
And that decision to categorize it was you and the one other person that you mentioned, is that correct?
Yes.
Was anybody else consulted?
The director of the Office of the Federal Register may have been,
Anyone else?
not that I am aware of.
And do you know who that person was?
That would be Oliver Potts.
So potentially there were 3 of you involved in that categorization, is that correct?
Yes.
No one else?
Not that I can think of, no.
Indicated that it's infrequent but not rare to receive records of unofficial votes. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And then there was some discussion about the 2012 state of Virginia matter. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Can you think of any other ones that you're aware of?
I mean, we had a gentleman in the 2020 election who was attempting to vote for California.
So that's 2. I'm trying to get sort of drilled down to what infrequent but not rare means. So how many more?
I don't know. We get individuals who send email that on the face of the email say, I own the state of California and I'm voting for California. We get, sometimes we get certificates that are actually mailed that are in paper that appear, that resemble an actual certificate of vote. Because we did not track them before the 2020 election, I really don't know. I mean, it's not unusual to see them is all I can say. You know, I mean, we get them and they're typically not from a group. They're typically 1 or maybe 2 individuals who are attempting to vote in the Electoral College. But I mean, I can't give you a number. I can't give you specifics. You know, I don't handle everything. You know, I don't see everything that comes in. So if I didn't handle it specifically, I probably am not going to remember it. The 2012 certificate I remember because I actually handled it and I was part of that. So since we did not track them, we did not keep them permanently, I can't give you a number.
Why weren't they tracked before 2020?
Because there was not really there was not a real interest outside the office. They were more anomalies than anything else. But then with 2020, there was a great deal of information. There was a great deal of interest from a wide variety of sources that forced us to reevaluate how we were handling all of the unofficial or non-official attempts to vote or to cast electoral votes. So given the outside interest, we thought we reclassified.
When was the decision made to start tracking for 2020?
I do not recall. I mean, it was during the electoral college process.
When does that start?
So, I mean, that starts really, I mean, we start in the summer. The pace really picks up in November after the general election and is then pretty much constant Thanksgiving through New Year's.
So is it fair to say that the decision to start tracking for 2020, the earliest that decision would have been made would have been the summer of 2020?
Yes.
And who are these outside sources or outside interests that influence the decision to start tracking for 2020?
So, I mean, it's media reports. It's interested individuals who are contacting the office.
Who are those interested individuals in this particular case in 2020?
I mean, that, I don't know. Again, we got a number of requests. We get a number of requests normally. We have an email address that is just for the electoral college that anybody can email, can send questions, can send comments to.
Okay, let's talk specifically about what you remember though in this particular case. You indicated that the media was one of the interested sources that expressed some concern. Is that fair to say?
I mean, it's not that the media was expressing concerns to us. It was given everything that was happening in the media, in the news reports, what people were talking about, what people were interested in.
When you say people, who do you mean?
Your Honor, I would ask that witness be allowed to finish her question, her answers.
I would agree.
So it was the totality of the situation in real life. So not in the office. It was looking at the world, the complete environment that was going on during the election season. It wasn't that anybody was emailing us or contacting us saying, hey, you need to keep these records. We were looking at news reports. We were looking at, people on the street talking about things. We were looking at Facebook. We were looking at, there were a lot of sources that indicated that there was a lot of interest in this particular election.
So I want to talk about the specific sources. You said Facebook. Is that a specific source in 2020?
Yeah, I mean, I can't point to any specific posts.
Well, you just said Facebook, so that we can agree that that was a specific source.
Yeah.
Fair to say?
Sure.
People on the street talking.
Let her respond.
So, I mean, if we were aware of social media posts, so that would be Facebook. I mean, I don't follow Twitter, but other people follow Twitter. So what people were tweeting about. We were looking at, NBC Nightly News, CBS, MSNBC, Fox, BBC, The Guardian. We read the newspaper. We listen to radio. There were several of us in the office. Myself, Katerina Horska is the director of legal affairs. Oliver Potts is the director of the office. There are other people in the office who are all looking at just, I mean, not specifically looking for this, but as a part of what they do, they go home at night, they look at the news, or they read the newspaper. There was a lot of media going on in 2020 about a lot of things. That entire environment then, when we started to receive content that was from non-official sources, it was that environment that said, hey, we should probably just go ahead and reclassify these as permanent, because there's going to be a lot of interest in what happens in this election.
So I'm gonna ask you some very specific questions. I'm hoping you can give me specific answers, okay?
I will try.
Was Facebook a source that led to the to the decision to reclassify and start paying closer attention and tracking in 2020? Yes or no? If you can't answer, I'll ask a different question. What about the media? Was the media a source that led to the tracking of things in 2020? Yes or no?
Yes.
What about people on the street that you mentioned earlier? Were they sources that led to the reclassification?
Yes.
What about the Democratic Party? Was that a source that led to the reclassification?
Not as far as I'm aware.
What does that mean? Not as far as I'm aware.
I don't know of any, I don't know of any statements from the Democratic Party.
What about people working for the Democratic Party or on behest of the Democratic Party?
And I believe that question has been asked and answered. How's that different from the question about the
Well, there's the
Party?
Democratic Party and then there's people working for the Democratic Party. I'll clarify.
Okay.
So we've heard your answer about the Democratic Party. What about people working for the Democratic Party?
Again, not that I'm aware. We were aware of the general interest in the election.
Is everything that you do basically recorded? These decisions, the process to making these decisions, are there meeting minutes and notes of the meetings that took place that led to the decision to to start paying attention in 2020?
I mean, it was not a meeting where you had meeting notes. We discussed it.
Should I understand that three of you decided to change a major change in the way that things are going to be paid attention to in 2020, and there were no notes taken at any sort of a meeting? Is that what you're saying?
We had email correspondence among ourselves. We discussed it with the Office of General Counsel. We also discussed it with the Records Office within the National Archives. But those records, most of those would have been work product.
Didn't ask you for the classification. I just wanted to know if there's any record. So there's emails.
There would have been. I don't know that they exist anymore, given that it is now 4 years later.
Why don't you think they exist anymore?
Because of their classification.
And who made that? Who classifies that? Whether emails get destroyed or not?
That's under the record schedule that is established by the National Archives and Records Administration.
When did you first become aware that there was going to be criminal charges brought in connection with the 2020 presidential election in Michigan?
Now, 2 years ago, perhaps?
So back in 2022,
I mean, I don't, whenever it was in the news, I saw a news report about it.
did it ever occur to you that you might want to preserve any emails that were relevant to your working in the 2020 election with respect to Michigan?
I'm sorry, with respect to what?
Did it ever occur to you to preserve any of your emails on the topics that we've just discussed?
Not with respect to classification, no.
So I want to go back to the beginning part of your testimony this morning. As you were describing some of your responsibilities, you indicated that, if I understood correctly, you worked as a liaison between the states and Congress. Did I understand that statement correctly?
Yes.
Could you explain what that means?
So states occasionally have questions that are context specific to their election, you know, to what's going on with their particular state. And they want to know if they can do something if Congress will accept it. And so they ask us, and then we pass the question along to Congress.
And when you say they ask us in connection with the state of Michigan, what kind of people are we talking about that would be in communication with you in your role as the liaison?
As I mentioned earlier, we identify specific points of contact within each state. Typically, they are within the Secretary of State's office. Occasionally, we will have a contact within an election office. And frequently, we will also have a contact within the governor's office. So questions that arise can come from the governor's office, but they most typically will come from the Secretary of State's office. You know, one question that typically comes up more frequently than others. Does the governor actually have to sign this, or can we use an auto pen? You know, so if it is a question that Congress has already weighed in on and is not changing its answer, we can answer on behalf of Congress. If it is a more unique question, and we had those in 2020 because of COVID, yeah, we pass those along for Congress to consider. You know, a lot of states were trying to figure out how they could hold the meeting of the electors remotely, but still meet all of the requirements under the statute. So we had a lot of questions about that we in turn passed along to Congress. Congress came up with answers. And when I say Congress, that is typically members from the Secretary of the Senate's office, from the House Clerk's office, and occasionally parliamentarians from both the House and the Senate.
In connection with the 2020 presidential election in Michigan, who were your official points of contact from the state of Michigan?
That I have to look up. I would need permission.
You have access to that information right now?
It'll take me a minute.
Your Honor, may the witness have a moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I have a short break?
Yep, we're off the record. You can tell him we'll do that warrant for our case. Yes. 15 minutes, well, 10 minutes. I need to do an arraignment. Start with your name. You can stand right here. On the record in the matter of the people of the city of Lansing versus Saddam Mbukwa, file number 23-02192. Today was the date that was set, or that we're going to address, that is, your bond conditions. And so you're currently on bond before this court, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're on bond for OWI 0.08, OWI drugs and OWI Schedule 1. And there was indication from our probation department that we needed to add a testing provision to your bond conditions. And so that's why I ordered you in, so that I can advise you that I am ordering you to participate in testing. Are you employed?
Yes,
Okay, where are you employed?
we trying, Lansing.
Not that it's gonna make a whole heap of difference between now and your sentencing date, because you are scheduled for sentencing on June 17th, but I am going to add testing. You're going to participate in your analysis testing one time a month randomly until the time of your sentence, okay?
Okay.
When you leave here, you'll go downstairs, you'll check in with Ms. Bayless, okay?
There's one thing you said.
Yes.
I had talked to Ms. Bayless a couple weeks ago, and she did advise me about the bond conditions changing, and I've been on testing since then. And I've tested about 5 times now, so it's been about 4 weeks.
Okay,
I just came from there this morning.
Okay, I don't see where I changed your bond conditions in this file.
The one that told me the last time I saw it.
Yep, you were supposed to be here on the 13th for a bond modification after her request for me to amend your bond, but I have never, the way your bond is changed is we have to change your bond condition form, which I never did. And I didn't do it because I didn't have an opportunity to talk to you. I'm glad to see that you have been testing. And so, excuse me, you'll continue that, okay? Do you have any questions?
Want me to go down and see Ms. Davis?
You can let her know that you did check in with, you saw the court, that we've officially changed your bond conditions, and you'll continue with your testing until the time of resentencing, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, you're all set, sir.
It feels like a retrial or something. For you, I'm sure, they do it a third time.
Oh, no,
Groundhog Day
no,
for you guys.
no. I'm not ready to talk about the third one yet.
It'll be fourth, fifth, and sixth time for all we know.
Oh, no.
It's 3 more.
No, we're gonna put them on together.
That was the plan. That was the plan this time. It just didn't go that way.
Oh, man.
Brenner, I do like your mug over
Thank
there.
you.
Did you get that right after law school or did someone?
No,
get it?
I got that at Target, maybe. last year.
And that's why I don't go to Target, because I would see stuff.
They do,
Target,
yeah.
I need
I
that.
like it.
And I have a
Doesn't
thing
suck.
with mugs, so, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Target, like my old Amazon.
It's a weakness.
Yeah, I go in there for one thing and then I easily spend like $50. I'm just like, I can't keep doing that.
I think there's a science behind that with Target. I've seen many things about it. People go for one thing and they $200 later, you know, their cart just grows.
You're not here in Lansing, you're in the Metro Detroit area? So I think you're out at the Cadillac place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Really
think that's-
dangerous with all the targets out there, for sure.
Well, I'm pretty sure I spend more time in Lansing than I actually do in the actual office. Nothing wrong with that.
Ernest, what are you doing? Is that still with Wayne County or is that through this?
Can the gentlemen remove their hats in the courtroom
Sorry.
or in the building in general?
Okay.
And that's my last week. So I'm done.
All right.
That was good.
Like, I'm sure the AG's office handles it time, but probably I was thinking it was finishing.
Well, I made a deal that I would take some of my cases with me, not realizing that was a bad idea. They like to adjourn things, and they're like, let's just come back next week. I'm like, I don't work here anymore.
Life's not that easy.
Yeah. I was trying to find something.
Well, it's too bad now. Well, I kept my keys, so I can't get rid of them. And they said they're moving in July, so.
You're gonna win. You're gonna win. Judge, when are you guys getting your new building? Madonna and I had a friendly bet going on about whether Wayne County was gonna get to ours.
They claim 2025.
Yeah.
The building will be built, but they just demolished the SWAC building like last week, so
Yeah.
they've not really officially broken ground on our new building yet.
Yeah.
Will it be close by or?
It's straight down Washington,
Oh, really?
so, yeah, I don't, if you're familiar with Lansing, there used to be a McLaren Hospital
Oh,
over
okay.
there. Well, the parking lot for the McLaren, plus the SWAC building that was next to it is going to be used for the new Justice Complex, so it'll be
Wonderful.
the court, police headquarters and fire headquarters.
Oh, very nice.
2025, maybe 2026.
All right, well, things can still go wrong in Wayne County.
I don't think they're moving. I know they've accepted.
I thought theirs was,
It's done.
okay, that's what I thought.
But it has those strange things that are like unsafe and broken, that people can't go in there.
And theirs was getting built in the middle of COVID.
Yes. the county has taken keys, so that means they had 6 months to move in. I just still don't think they're gonna.
You still think that they could win this one?
I do. Well, 2025 might be asking a lot. I figured they would move until the winter time.
Oh, gosh, when are moving? Why?
I have that.
Okay, I think 2 minutes is up.
We'll go.
Is there any attorneys in the hallway?
I think, well, on the.
Pure decorations, like, can I take them for myself?
Oh, I don't want them. There's too many. I don't know.
I think it's the way for Freedom.
Sort of brings things and-
Thank you, Judge.
Still on. Long run.
Oh, let me see if I can sneak what I hear.
Okay, I believe everybody is back. Okay, back on the record, and do we have witness Miriam Vincent still there? Yep, okay. And I think she was looking at a document before she can respond to your questions.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes.
Ms. Vincent, did you have a chance to look at that look up the information before the break?
Yes, our two main points of contact from Michigan in 2020 were Jonathan Brader and Mark Totten.
And who do they work for?
Jonathan Brader is in, or was at that point, in the Secretary of State's office, and Mark Totten was in the governor's office.
Both of them attorneys?
I believe Mark Totten is an attorney. I do not know about Jonathan Brader.
Did you have any points of contact within the Attorney General's office?
Not during the election. I recall emails from the Attorney General's office, perhaps after the election. I think Mark forwarded some emails from us to them. And that's how we corresponded with the Attorney General's office. But they were not originally contacts for the Electoral College process.
And when was that? When did the contact with the Attorney General's office begin?
That I'll have to look up. I know we got an email from an assistant attorney general March of 2021 that went to Katerina. And let's see. Yeah, that appears to be our first contact with the Michigan Attorney General's office would be March of 2021.
I'd like to direct your attention now to People's Exhibit number 10. You have that there in front of you?
Yeah, let me just switch screens. Okay,
You don't know any of the people that are alleged to have signed that document, do you?
no,
Never spoken to any of them, is that correct?
not as far as I know.
What does that mean, not as far as I know?
We get calls from people randomly. We don't always keep track of the names of the individuals who call. They don't always identify themselves. I don't expect that any of these people has actually called the Office of the Federal Register. But since I can't identify everybody that I've ever spoken to as part of my job at the Office of the Federal Register, I can't say definitely that I have never spoken to them.
You don't know when those alleged signatures were put on that document, do you?
According to the document itself, it was signed December 14th, 2020, but I have no independent I have no confirmation that that is correct.
And it's fair to say that you can't say anything about the mental state or what the person that may have signed that document, what they were thinking at the time that the document was signed. You can't comment to that at all, can you?
No, that is correct.
I want to direct your attention now to exhibit number 5.
Okay.
There are actually 2 documents in exhibit number 5. One is an amended certificate of ascertainment, and the other says it's a certificate of ascertainment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Both of those appear to be signed by the governor of the state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And both also appear to be signed by the Secretary of State of the state of Michigan, Jocelyn Benson. Is that right?
That is correct.
The second document there on page 6 of 6 appears to have a signature date and time of November 23rd, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on page 3 of 6, what is the date there?
Are you referring to the December 30th date?
Well, on page 3 of 6 of State's Exhibit number 5, there's a date there that appears to say December 30th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
It says 9:37 a.m., correct?
Yes.
It also appears to have the signature of the governor of the state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer,
Yes.
the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to go with you to the first page of that first document. The second paragraph, it says the following persons nominated by the Democratic Party, each having received 2,804,040 votes, were duly elected as electors of the President and Vice President of the United States of America. And then there's a listing of names. Is that correct?
Yes.
On my version, there's a big grayed out area. What is that grayed out area?
I don't know. It might have appeared differently in the original.
So the document that you have in exhibit number
5 is not necessarily the document that you received.
I mean, it may have come with that blank. Oh, it looks like that gray area is addresses that have been redacted.
Okay. And then after that list, the next sentence says votes received by other candidates for the office of elector of the President and Vice President of the United States of America are as follows. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And the next paragraph says, the following persons nominated by the Republican Party each received 2,649,852 votes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And this is a document that's actually signed off on by the governor and the Secretary of State, correct?
Yes.
And then it lists a bunch of names there as these persons nominated by the Republican Party, each receiving over 2,600,000 votes. It says
Yes.
John Haggard, correct?
Yes.
Kent Vanderwood, correct?
Yes.
Terry Lynn Land, correct?
Yes.
Gerald Wall, correct?
Yes.
Amy Fraccinello, correct?
Yes.
Rose Rook, correct?
Yes.
Hank Choate, correct?
Yes.
Marianne Henry, correct?
Yes.
Clifford Frost, correct?
Yes.
Stanley Grott, correct?
Yes.
Marianne Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
Timothy King, correct?
Yes.
Michelle Lundgren, correct?
Yes.
Myra Rodriguez, correct?
Yes.
Rashawn Maddock, correct?
Yes.
And Kathy Bearden, correct?
Yes.
And this document was sent to you by the governor of the state of Michigan, correct?
Yeah, governor or secretary of state, yes.
And then the document also goes on to list other parties and persons that received votes. For example, the Libertarian Party is in the next paragraph and received over 60,000 votes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the Green Party over 13,000 votes, correct?
Yes.
US Taxpayer Party over 7,000 votes, correct?
Yes.
And there are some additional entities and persons who received additional votes, including write-ins. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, do you think it's fair to say that these people that are listed here are at least formally recognized by the governor and the secretary of state as having some legitimacy in connection with the election in 2020?
I don't know.
What's the significance of their name being on this document?
It's required by statute.
Well, not just anybody gets their name on this document, fair to say?
Correct.
And I believe you said that those names from exhibit number 5 match the same names of the Republicans that were listed on exhibit number 10. Did you say that earlier?
At least some of them, yes.
How about Marianne Sheridan? Is her name on both?
Well, I'll have to look. Yes, her name appears on both.
You have a moment, please, Your Honor. You have a moment to confer with my client.
Yes.
Your Honor, nothing else at this time.
Director.
Very brief.
Ms. Vincent, referring back to People's Exhibit 5. Does that document list the nominees for all of the parties that, I guess, received votes during the 2020 presidential election in the state of Michigan?
Yes, the statute requires that anybody who receives any vote and the vote totals appear on the certificate of ascertainment.
Yeah.
Ma'am, are you on live stream?
Yeah. Right.
Are you on live stream?
I just brought it up the YouTube thing to give her the link.
No, I know that we need to have you cut it off. That's why it's
That's what I'm
repeating.
trying to do. I'm sorry. I was just looking for the link. Okay, can I have to step outside? I need to step outside.
Continue.
Thank you. Now, look, referring back to Exhibit 5, that first group of names, is that the only group on that document referred to as duly elected?
Yes,
So even though document 5 lists all the nominees for every party that received votes for the state of Michigan, only the winning party, and in this case, Exhibit 5, the Democratic Party, only their nominees have been appointed as electors for the state of Michigan. Is that correct?
yes,
Does the certificate of ascertainment authorize any other party to deliver votes for the president or the vice president for the state of Michigan?
Objection, Your Honors, on behalf of Ms. Sheridan, there's no basis of knowledge established in the record that she's qualified to answer.
I join.
I join.
Do you want to respond to the objection?
Well, the certificate of ascertainment authorizes and identifies who's authorized to deliver the state's votes. When the testimony is that this document authorizes the Democratic electors as, well, it appoints the Democratic electors as the people who will deliver the votes for the state of Michigan. I want to know if it appoints or authorizes anyone else to deliver votes for the state of Michigan. Yes or no question?
That's a different question than what she asked earlier.
Your Honor, there's no foundation that's been established that this witness is qualified. Mr. Freeman, yeah, for sure.
Okay. You said it was a different question?
I know what she's trying to get at. She's asking it a different way, and the way she just argued it, I think would be a legitimate question before she was asking about specific names. And I think the prosecutor is going to say she's just trying to ascertain if anybody else did.
I don't think my first question asked about specific names.
Yeah, I think her question was consistent both times. Your objection is, so I'm gonna overrule that objection. Your objection was as to sufficient foundation.
Correct.
Okay, did you want to respond to that objection?
I believe this witness has testified to her capacity as working for the federal registrar and her familiarity with this document and as well as the laws that authorize her duties and the creation of this document. And I think she's more than qualified to testify as to who this document appoints as members of the Electoral College.
I would agree. The objections overruled. You can answer the question.
Consensus, do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Does Exhibit 5 authorize any other party other than the Democratic Party to deliver electoral votes for the state of Michigan?
No.
And as far as Exhibit 10, the decision to reclassify documents such as Exhibit 10 as permanent records, was that based on public interest or public pressure?
Public interest.
Thank you. Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vincent. You may be excused.
Thank you.
No
So
problem.
you're not, I'm sorry, can I ask one redirect question based on a question asked by co-counsel or? Was she
Ms.
gone?
Vincent is gone.
Oh, okay, sorry. Counsel handed me a document, that's why.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you don't typically let you redirect after her redirect. So then I gotta let her redirect.
Understood.
And then I gotta let everybody else recross. And so this could go, that could go on forever. Nonetheless, I have a witness here,
Yes,
Dan Schwager.
yes.
Talk to me, how long is that witness gonna be, do you think?
I
At
know
least
how-
your portion.
I know my portion will be short.
Okay, we can proceed. Are you calling other witnesses today?
I'd like to.
Okay, just wanted to know, I'm just trying to gauge when we're gonna break for lunch, so we can do this and then break for
Well,
lunch.
this will be my last virtual witness.
Okay,
Your Honor, I do have a question of housekeeping. I've inquired of the Attorney General's office as to what witnesses they plan to call and what order they plan to call them. It's been crickets. I've not gotten a meaningful response. So I'm asking at some point if the court would at least, so that we can make the most efficient use of our time in the days coming, ask the Attorney General's office before the end of the day to at least give us a preview and who they expect to call the following day. Thank you.
I don't think that's a problem. I think the AG did that in the last iteration of the cases. They would tell us who they're expecting to call. Of course, we had longer gaps of space and time between the court dates then. We won't have that here. But you're calling today whom?
Dan Schwager and Special Agent Shock. And just to respond to that, Your Honor, I did previously send all counsels a list of witnesses. It was several months ago, but it's still the same list.
I don't think he's disputing that he received the witness list. I think he just wants to know who you're calling on which day. Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I've made inquiry about that. And then with respect to Agent Shock, there will be a procedural matter as far as when he's going to testify and the fact that there's been transcripts that have been ordered from, my understanding is he was the last witness to testify in the last round. So certainly I have no objection to them doing direct examination. I'm going to want that testimony.
I'm not holding your testimony so that you can get a transcript on the last iteration. You don't have a right to that transcript for you to proceed.
Well, I agree. My position is that due process affords me that right.
He's here to testify and you have the right to cross-examine him, not to go back and reach into whatever happened then. You can have that for trial purposes if you want to test his credibility then, but I don't have to hold this over for each iteration. We'd be here until 2029 if I did that, to wait for all of the transcripts to be presented. And for certain counsels who thought that would be an issue for them in their preparation, they paid to have somebody come in and do their own transcript for that purpose.
We did that. We
Yeah.
were in the group of attorneys that did that. However, we're still waiting on
Right.
transcripts from Agent Shock from April, it was not even about a month ago.
I recognize that.
It took us months to get the transcripts that we already have. So I don't want to belabor the point right here, right now, at this very moment, but maybe it's something we can revisit later on when we don't have the witnesses ready.
I think she's planning to call Agent Shock today, though, she said.
I am.
Well, my concern, Your Honor, is that we have not had the opportunity to obtain the transcript of its prior testimony. I think the process affords us that opportunity. We've had the opportunity to do that with nearly every other witness. There were scores of witnesses who previously testified. And I think it's rather curious to me that on the first day of the second iteration of this case, all of a sudden they're going to start up with the last witness that they finished off with the last time, knowing that we don't have the transcripts. So.
Oh, you think this was a strategy of the AG's office?
Your Honor, I was having been.
They didn't call it, the first witness they called, I don't think that was their first witness last time. At least that's not what my notes reflected. My notes reflected that it was Captain Darren Green the last time, but I could be
Your Honor,
wrong.
having been on their side of the courtroom for many, many years, I think everything is well thought out and calculated.
Well, Your Honor, I don't play like that. And I ordered my witnesses to accommodate vacations that I don't get. So
I
this has
understand.
nothing to do
I
with
ordered these dates to accommodate vacations as well, including giving up my own vacation, and still didn't work out getting everybody here because there are 3 people who are not here, which is why I'm not going to hold over any of the dates and times, because it has been a voluminous and overwhelming task for the court and for the witnesses and for the prosecution to coordinate the dates for a 15 co-defendant examination. And so the court can't reasonably hold it over to allow you to get a transcript. And I can't make the assumption reasonably that she's calling Agent Shock now because she knows that you haven't gotten transcripts yet. I don't think she would have known until you told her that you hadn't gotten transcripts yet. I'm sorry?
Can we just call this witness?
What is the issue?
No, just 2 points. A, I'm trying to retire, so I appreciate not going to 2029.
You say you're trying to retire?
Yeah, 2 years ago, and you've seen how well that worked. But the other thing is I'm going to request a sidebar before Agent Shock testifies. It just came up, so I thought now might be appropriate time.
I'm not retiring. I have small children. Anyway, my point is really just that everyone can kind of win here. You just put that what you signed, and this is gonna go for a week long. And he was at the end last time, as far as I can tell. So usually the case agent comes on at the end to wrap everything up. It just seems.
Sounds good. We'll address that later. We have a witness that's here that we're gonna deal with now, and then maybe get some lunch. And then once everyone's blood sugars are leveled out, then maybe we can address it. Or maybe it won't be an issue anymore when everyone had lunch. We'll see. You can call your next witness.
At this time, the people will call Mr. Dan Schwager.
Mr. Schrager, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Please start your video. Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
During the 2020 election season, where did you work?
I was the general counsel to the Secretary of the United States Senate.
What were some of your duties as a general counsel for the United States Secretary of the Senate?
I had a broad portfolio of duties, including anything from contract review and assistance with our department heads to assisting our disbursement office and Senate finances, assisting with the curator and the historian with any matters that they needed, advising the secretary on matters of ethics or policy or legal issues. And I also was heavily involved in administering the Senate elections and the Electoral College in receiving the certificates and ensuring that the Senate had what it needed to perform its functions.
And specifically referring to your last bullet point, how exactly did you ensure that Congress and the Senate had the documents that they needed in order to perform their administrative functions?
So working with others involved in the process, I principally kept a tracker in each election cycle, whether it be for Senate elections or for Electoral College, where I listed each state and what we needed from them. We would also go to conferences of the National Association of State Election Directors and the National Associations of Secretaries of State to speak to them about the process. We would generate pamphlets and mail them with a letter required by Senate rules to every state's election chief officials. And then after an election day, I would begin to track what we received. I would work with the Senate mail room. I would work with parliamentarians, and I would keep track of what we were receiving. I would reach out to governor's offices or Secretary of States or other chief election director offices if we had not yet received something, or if there was a problem with the certificate that we needed to address with them. And then for Electoral College, I would also work with the National Archives.
So specifically referring to the documents that you needed to receive from the states, could you tell us what those documents were?
You're talking specifically for the Electoral College or for any election?
For the Electoral College, excuse me.
So for the Electoral College, the Senate itself needed to receive what are called certificates of vote. They're also colloquially referred to as the ballots, the election ballots, the Electoral College ballots. Those certificates of votes we needed from every state, and they needed to have certain things attached to them and needed to be in certain forms.
And for the 2020 presidential election, did you receive a certificate of votes for the state of Michigan? Could you repeat that answer?
We did.
Okay. And did that certificate of votes come accompanied with the necessary documents?
Yes, it had a certificate of ascertainment. Any certificate of vote to be in proper form would need to have the certificate of ascertainment attached to it.
You previously received some documents via email for this case. Do you have those handy?
I do.
I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
That appears to be the state of Michigan certificate of votes for the 2020 presidential election.
And I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit 25. People's Exhibit 5.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
It appears to be the amended certificate of ascertainment for the state of Michigan that would need to accompany the certificates of votes, or would need to be delivered thereafter.
And I believe you testified that after the November election, you did receive both the certificate of votes and the certificate of ascertainment for the state of Michigan?
Yeah. Did
you receive any other documents purported to have come from the state of Michigan?
We received a document that was purporting to be a certificate of vote signed by electors from somebody purporting to be the president of the Electoral College for the state of Michigan.
And Were you able to ascertain whether or not this was a document that came from a governing entity, whether it was the Secretary of State or from the governor's office?
It did not have an accompanying certificate, and it was not signed or sealed or certified by the Secretary of State. And it didn't have a document signed or sealed or certified by the governor.
And the document that you're referring to, that was purporting to deliver the vote, the presidential, well, the electoral votes for the state of Michigan. I'm going to ask you to look at People's Proposed Exhibit 11 and let us know if you recognize that document.
I do. Yes.
And how do you recognize that document, sir?
I have, I've reviewed it in the past, and and I'm familiar with it generally.
And is that the document that purported to deliver the state of Michigan's electoral votes?
I believe it is. That falsely purported to, not the one that authentically purported to present.
Objection. Remove the strike that calls for a legal conclusion. That's up to the court.
Well, if I'm allowed to ask some follow-up questions, I believe the witness can explain his answer.
Okay, there was an objection. Someone supported the objection. Okay. Anybody else?
I ain't joining it for my shirt.
And you believe that the objection can be cured by follow-up questions?
Yes.
I'll allow you to continue your questions.
Now, referring specifically to People's Exhibit 11, you said in your previous answer that it falsely purported to deliver the state of Michigan's votes. Based on your experience and your review of the document, can you explain to us how you came to that conclusion that this was not a legitimate certificate of votes for the state of Michigan?
I can, and I mean, in my answer, I was distinguishing between two certificates.
I'm gonna object again. Now we're going from false to a legitimate document. We're trying to reclassify. Originally, he said false. Now she's asking if he thought it was a legitimate document. Two different things. He can have an opinion on legitimacy, but as far as a legal conclusion, that remains up to the court.
I agree. Objection sustained.
May I rephrase the question?
You can rephrase the question. I'm gonna sustain the objection because I do agree that it calls for legal conclusion for them to determine this to be a false document or purportedly false document. I think that's what we're all here for. But as to whether or not he has an opinion about its legitimacy, he can testify to that. I'm sorry?
I didn't object to that.
No, I know. He can testify to that.
Could we identify this exhibit? This is exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11, it was previously 14.
Yeah.
Okay, well, again, I don't have it.
You can continue your question. With your rephrasing.
Mr. Schwager, could you tell us what it is you observed about Exhibit 11 that led you to believe it was not a legitimate document?
Yes, there were several things. First, in comparison to Exhibit 6, it was clear that it was not, and also, so I'm sorry. When I received it, it first of all did not have a certificate of ascertainment attached. And when I reviewed it, the first thing that I noticed was that it did not appear to comport with what I understood to be the outcome of the election, of the official and legal outcome of the election in the state of Michigan for president. And what I mean by that is
there's an objection.
Again, legal. He's drawn the legal conclusion. If he's going to give an opinion, that's one thing, but he's still drawing legal conclusions. That's for the court to do. If he disputes it, that's one thing, but he said it wasn't a legal part of the election.
I think that wasn't what he said. He said that it wasn't what he believed to be the results reflected for Michigan.
I thought he used the term legal again.
He did
But if
not.
he didn't, then,
He did not.
all right.
Thank you. So you can continue.
Please
Thank you.
continue, sir.
Sure. It did not comport with what I understood to be the outcome, and I understood that from not only general media reports and watching closely what all the results in all of the states were and tracking information that we had, but it also did not comport with the certificate of ascertainment, which I rely upon to understand whether documents are the appropriate documents, to avoid using the legal term, but the documents that I would understand to be the ones that are appropriate for the Senate to use and the ones that are sufficient in my function for the Senate to use, because it did not comport with the certificate of ascertainment. It also, you asked why I did not take it to be legitimate. It also made claims which I did not understand to be consistent with the official results of the state of Michigan.
Now, understanding that this document did not, you were not able to confirm this document as a legitimate delivery of votes for the state of Michigan. What do you do with this document upon receipt?
The office of the secretary maintained the document, and at some point, at points in time, I had physical custody of it. At points in times, others did, and then eventually, I delivered this along with other purported certificates to the archivist of the Senate for archiving.
So this document is maintained as a record, even though it did not comport with, I believe you said, state and federal law for the results as you understood them from the Michigan Certificate of Ascertainment?
Yes, it wasn't maintained as an actual certificate. It was maintained as a purported certificate. And I, made sure that the archiving process understood that I was not representing this to be an actual certificate, but only a purported one.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 11.
Any objections to People's 11? People's 11 is admitted.
Now, the certificate of ascertainment that you received for the state of Michigan for the 2020 presidential election, I believe it's identified as People's Exhibit 5, the certificate of ascertainment. Does it identify which party's nominees are appointed as the electors for the state of Michigan?
Yes. It says that's
which part? I'm sorry?
Yes, which party's nominees were duly elected.
And in 2020, which parties were duly elected to the Electoral College for the state of Michigan?
They were the persons nominated by the Democratic Party.
And on Exhibit 11, is it the Democratic Party that is purported to deliver the state of Michigan's votes for president? But yeah.
It is not the persons identified in the certificate of ascertainment as the nominees of the Democratic Party. No.
I'm going to ask you to look at the second page of Exhibit 11. In that first paragraph. And does this document purport to identify these signees as the duly elected and qualified electors?
Yes.
But those people have been identified by the certificate of ascertainment, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
The actual appointed and duly elected electors for the state of Michigan are identified by the certificate of ascertainment, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the exhibit 6 that you have, the certificate of votes for the state of Michigan, do those names correspond to the names of the duly elected appointed electors on the certificate of ascertainment?
My recollection is that there was a substitution, so I haven't compared whether this is pre-substitution or not. So I just would need to compare. I think the amended certificate of ascertainment still contains an elector who had resigned and was replaced. So as is common, the certificate of ascertainment is different by one name, I think.
You have permission to publish People's 11?
Yes.
And did you look at the entirety of the certificate of ascertainment to confirm that it contains both the amended and the original certificate of ascertainment? That's exhibit 5.
Yes, it does.
And does that contain the documentation regarding the resignation and replacement of a Democratic elector?
It does contain the certificate of filling the vacancy, yes, and the resignation.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Schwager. My name is Michael Bellato.
Good morning.
And I represent Rose Rook, who I don't expect you to know. She's one of the electors that signed, signed on that document we just looked at, now called People's Exhibit 11. Let me back up for a second though and talk about your duties as general counsel for the Secretary of the U.S. Senate. And you kind of described those. I just want to make sure that I cover a couple things. One of your duties is you receive and review the ascertainment certificate of votes for the 50 states and the District of Columbia during presidential cycles, correct?
Well, I think you said the ascertainments of the certificate. Those are two different certificates.
Sorry, no, certificates of ascertainment and certificate of votes. I'm sorry, Ben.
Eventually, we do receive the certificates of ascertainment as attached to the certificates of vote, and then the archivist ensures that we have a full set. But the certificates of ascertainment themselves are first directed to the archivist, and we review them initially on the archivist's website, and then we receive copies.
I'm going to ask that it's identified individuals instead of organizations. We, he, she is confusing. You said we review them. Is that the organization?
Okay, can you identify who we is?
When I say we, I'm referring to the Office of the Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you.
And it's fair to say that the certificate of ascertainment appoints the electors based on the results of the popular vote in that particular state.
Yes.
And the certificate of votes certifies that those appointed electors that appear in the certificate of ascertainment actually met and voted for their candidate, correct? Candidates.
I believe it does, yes.
All right. And you understand, and you've alluded to some of these, that there are specific federal requirements for a state to have its electoral votes counted in any presidential election. And those statutory requirements are contained in Title III of the United States Code. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you agree with me that in 2022, an important section of that of Title III that has to do with electoral college. It was amended by something that was referred, piece of legislation that was called the 2022 Electoral Count Reform Act. Are you familiar with that, sir?
I'm vaguely familiar. I haven't read it. I was no longer in that position at the time, but I'm aware that there were amendments made.
Okay, so what I want to talk to you about is how Title III looked during our relevant timeframe. Our relevant timeframe, Mr. Schwager, is between December and of 2022 and January of 2021. Okay, can you keep that timeframe in mind?
I think you said December of 2022. I think you
I'm
meant
sorry, December 2020 to January 2021. I apologize. That's our timeframe, okay, sir?
Right.
As of December of 2020, you would agree that Title III, Section 6 contained provisions that it doesn't contain any longer because they got moved. A lot of that got moved to Section 5. You know, understand that change that occurred?
I do not. I am not aware of the specifics of the Electoral Count Reform Act.
All right, well, let me just ask you, as far as what you believed and understood to be in effect on, let's say, December 14th of 2020, that's the date that these electors that are charged in this case, criminal case, voted. So I want to ask you about on that date, did Title III of Section 6 require that the executive of every state, meaning the governor of all the 50 states and the mayor of the District of Columbia, that every executive, after the final ascertainment of the election results occur, they have to tell Washington. The way they do that is they communicate, the governor communicates by registered mail under the seal of the state, and that document is a certificate of ascertainment appointing the electors and naming the names of those electors, as well as describing the results of the election. Is that all true, what I just said? I know it's a lot.
That all sounds fairly familiar. I have a copy if you'd like me to refresh my recollection with specifically.
Do you have a copy, sir, of Title III, Section 6, as it existed prior to the 2022 amendments?
I do.
If you were here, I would show you my exhibit, but I don't have that here.
I do.
Oh, you do. Beautiful. So you agree with me that you take a look at that section if you don't mind. And this is before it was amended in 22. Okay. Let me know when you've read it. It's a long paragraph there.
Okay, so you were talking about the responsibility of the executive of the state, right?
Yeah, I'm talking in general about the requirements of how electoral college votes must be transmitted to be counted by Congress. And the section has some specific requirements in it. Would you agree?
It does.
And that were in effect in December of 2020, correct?
They were.
And it required, like I said a minute ago, it requires that the executive of every state communicate by registered mail this certificate of ascertainment. Is that right? You look in the middle of the first part of it.
That's correct.
That's correct. And then it also requires that the names of the electors that are being appointed are named. Correct?
Yes.
And it requires that the results of the canvasses, the counting of the votes, the official counting of the votes, they be included as well, correct?
Yes.
And then what it says that these governors need to do, or mayor, if you're talking about this Columbia, the mayor, is they got to send this stuff into the archivist, which you understand that to be. Do you know Miriam Vincent, by the way?
I do.
Yeah,
I
so
do.
when we talk about the archive of the United States, it would be her office, correct? That's how you understand that?
Yeah, her office represents the archivist, Mr. Ferrero, at the time, in the electoral college process, yes.
And so the governors of the states have to send these ascertainments in the form that's specified in section 6. And they have to send it to the archivist, and then the archivist has some duties too, correct?
Correct.
Under this section, the archivist, at the first meeting of Congress, after, I assume that means after the voting process. So thereafter shall transmit to the two houses of Congress a copy of these things, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, and the reason that I'm going through this is I want to compare that to what you got from unofficial channels, which is now previously was marked exhibit, People's Exhibit 14 in the first set of defendants. It's now People's Exhibit 11. And so that document, you have that in front of you?
Yes.
You would agree that that document is not under the seal of the great state of Michigan, correct? There's no seal on this thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say exhibit 11?
I believe it's 11. It starts off, the first page, it says memorandum to the president of the Senate. It's from Kathy.
Yes. I thought you were referring to the certificate of attainment of ascertainment. You're referring to
It's a certificate of.
Okay.
Certificate of vote.
Exhibit 11. Yeah, that's correct. There is no seal on exhibit 11.
You didn't get a matching certificate of ascertainment to this document, exhibit 11, did you?
No, I did not.
So what I want to ask you is, when you got exhibit 11 by mail, and you received it, it didn't have the seal, correct?
Correct.
And you see, can you read who it's from? Can you read the from line on the memo page of exhibit 11?
Kathy Burden, chairperson, Electoral College of Michigan.
So that she's not purporting to be the governor of Michigan, correct?
Correct.
All right, so it's not from the governor, and it doesn't have a seal on it, and it doesn't have a certificate of ascertainment attached to it. If I go back to your testimony previously, not previously, testimony today, a minute ago, a few minutes ago, you said that you need to have things, the certificate of the vote, you said, needs to have certain things attached to them, correct? And the most important thing is that certificate of ascertainment has to be attached to the certificate of vote, correct?
Correct.
And if it isn't attached, then that document, which is People's Exhibit 11, you know that, or you understand that has no legal effect on the election. It can't be counted, right? Under federal law, this can't be counted because it wasn't done in accordance with federal law, correct?
Well, I seem to recall quite a lot of dispute about whether these should be counted or not in Congress at the time. So if you're,
well, of course, I'm not asking you to say that your office, the president, the Senate office, can tell Congress what to do. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying your understanding was, in general, you viewed this document as legally ineffective because it wasn't paired with a certificate of ascertainment from the governor, correct?
I viewed it as not in compliance with the law and making false representations. That was my view.
Okay. When you say false representations, you're talking about the fact that the page looks like it's page 2 of this document. You can look at that, where the electors, at least the page says they're saying this, saying that they are being the duly elected electors, correct? That's the part you say is false.
Duly elected and qualified, and I also did not understand Ms. Burden to be the chairperson of the Electoral College of Michigan.
Is there such a thing as a chairperson of the Electoral College? You seen that before?
If there is, I would assume it would be the Electoral College. To me, are the electors duly appointed, duly elected. So if there's I don't know whether a state law would call somebody a chairperson or not, or designate a chairperson or not.
I'm asking you, sir, I'm asking if you've ever seen it before.
I don't recall if I've ever seen it.
Okay. And looking at this document, you would agree that the part that's false on this document appears on the page where it states that we being the duly elected and qualified electors. That part is the false part, correct? That you know it to be false because you have the actual ascertainment from the governor of Michigan, right? That's how it's false, because it doesn't have the same names.
I think also some of the substitution certificates make representations about actually being electors.
Okay. But apart from the substitution electors, I'm just talking about the main document. But you would agree on the next page, can you turn to the next page where the signatures are, sir?
And I think document also refers to lists as the votes actually cast for president and vice president by the electoral.
Okay, so that's false as well. Again, that's all on page 2 of this document, correct?
Yeah. So you're referring to page 3?
Sorry, is it page 3 where it says, I'm talking about where it says certificate of the votes of 2020 electors from Michigan and has a bunch of asterisks underneath. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that and that has some language that you've identified as being demonstrably false, or at least not corroborated by the certificate of ascertainment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what I want to get at, sir, is if you go to turn to the next page, do you see 16 signatures on that page?
Yes.
Okay, and is there any other text besides the signatures and the names underneath? Is there any other text on this at the very top, sir?
The in witness whereof, and then the names.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Did you read that first paragraph in witness whereof?
You want me to read it out loud?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. In witness whereof, we, the undersigned, have hereunto in the city of Lansing in the state of Michigan on this 14th day of December, 2020, subscribed our respective names.
Okay, so just on this document here, you have no reason to know whether or not that these people that signed here met in the city of Lansing on December 14th, correct? You don't have any reason to know whether they actually met, do you?
You mean other than they're representing that? No.
No. Okay, but let's assume, because there's going to be a lot of other evidence in this case, let's assume that no one's contesting that these people who signed actually went to a meeting at the Republican headquarters on December 14, 2020. Assume that for my question. Assuming that did occur, is there anything else on this document that you think is false?
On the entire document or on this?
Is there anything at all on the signature page document alone? Is there any representation or anything on this page that looks false to you?
On the signature page itself?
Yes. Any false statements on the signature page itself?
Not explicitly that I'm aware of. I think implicitly.
Even implicitly. What's implicitly?
Well, I mean, to me, when you subscribe your name under and in witness whereof, we the undersigned sign your name, and then it's attached to a page that says we the undersigned being the duly elected and qualified electors. It seems to me implicitly that you are representing that you are claiming to be the duly represented electors and qualified. If you're saying whether I know whether or not they saw the first page when they signed the second, I have no idea.
I'm getting there, Mr. Schweiger. Let me get there in my time, if you don't mind. So you would agree, though, that there's no false statements on that page, just the signature page, correct?
I think I would agree, but I don't see an explicit statement that I understand to be, that I have any reason to know is false.
I understand what I think you're getting at, which is, if you say in witness thereof, that means you're attesting to something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay, and if you're not a lawyer, you didn't go to law school, would you expect your mom to be able to know what that means? That there's something other document there that they're attesting to? Like, do you think that lay people would know that? If you don't have an opinion,
I would believe that when lay people are signing their names to a document, that they read the document unless it's many, many pages of uncipherable small print.
Or unless they're relying on someone else, like the Michigan Republican Party or their lawyers or the Trump campaign or the Trump campaign's lawyers. Correct?
Is that the question?
No, yeah, my question is,
I'm
if someone's
stricken.
relying on what they think they're witnessing, and it may or may not be the intentionally false statement by the person.
Are you asking me if I would agree that sometimes
I'm gonna withdraw that.
reading?
I'll move on. Never mind.
Thank you.
I'll withdraw the question. I guess what I'm saying is, if one of these electors just saw this page here and they were told to sign so that they could be an alternate slate, you don't know whether or not that occurred in this case, correct? You don't know whether or not the electors were told. This was just an in-case situation. In case the ascertainment switched to Trump winning, you don't know whether they thought that, correct?
I have no idea what they were told or what they were witnessing when they signed in witness of something.
You don't even know if the electors knew in witness thereof meant that there was something else that they should have to read before they signed it.
I don't know that. I would certainly hope so, but I don't know it.
Well, we would all hope for a lot of things.
Dr. Strike. Stricken.
Strike all that. Any more questions? Did this document, People's Now Exhibit 11, were those electoral votes counted, as far as you know, in the 2020 election?
These were not the votes that were counted in the official counting in the joint session on January 6th, no, or 7th.
And Mr. Schwager, you weren't fooled into when you saw this packet arrive from a non-official source. Kathy Burton being represented to be the chairperson of the Electoral College of Michigan. When you got this, were you fooled into thinking, oh my gosh, these are the real electors? We better send this on to Mike Pence.
I was not one of the people who were fooled by this and who wanted this sent on to Mike Pence. No, I was not one of those people.
Oh, and we already went over why you weren't fooled, because there was no certificate of ascertainment, right? It matched.
Because I understood all the detailed requirements and I followed this very closely. That's why I was not fooled. Yes.
But do you think non-lawyers understand all those requirements? If you don't,
unfortunately, I think a lot of people did not understand that this was not a legitimate document.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, I think that your last answer might have answered my question, but your previous answer was that you were not one of the ones that were fooled. So you are aware of some individuals that were, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, my general understanding is that there were people who thought these should be considered as part of the counting of the Electoral College votes. And I am aware that there were people who did want these provided to the vice president and counted by the vice president. Yes.
Thank you. Oh, it's your time to question, so you can pick up where I left off. Absolutely.
Who did you receive exhibits 5 and 11 from?
I'm sorry?
Exhibits 5 and 11, who did you receive those from?
The actual exhibits that we're using today, I received from
What copies of them? When did you receive the documents originally, if you received them?
The original documents, I received in different ways depending on which exhibit you're talking about.
11, when did you first receive exhibit 11 and who did you receive it from? The document itself, not one marked 11.
Yes, I don't recall the exact chain of custody for this specific one. In general, there was a chain of recipients before they came into my possession or into the, and as I said, sometimes just in the possession of the office of the secretary, but they did all come into my possession at a certain point.
Is the original document that you received date or time stamped? As far as the one was received by anybody?
I believe the envelope had, the delivery envelope had whatever the delivery envelope had. The Senate mailroom maintains records of receipt. And I don't recall who else might have indicated when items were received or not.
So you've mentioned chain of custody quite a few times. How many people would have handled this document in total?
The Senate mail, I know the Senate mailroom handled it. It was addressed to the office of the vice president or the office of the president of the Senate. I do not know who the Senate mailroom initially delivered it to, if they delivered it there, or if they delivered it to the parliamentarian's office on direction of the office of the president of the Senate, or if it was delivered up to our office. I'm not sure. I know when this came into the mailroom. I don't know the exact date that it got up to our office. It was soon thereafter, but this came to the Senate mailroom just the day before the 6th, so there was a lot going on.
And who all from your office may have handled this document?
It could have been in the possession of the parliamentarian's office and other main office staff, as we call ourselves. Well, I'm one of those staff.
So you're not sure if that ever was directed to the Senate or Congress?
No, I am aware that this was addressed to this was addressed to my understanding is to the president of the Senate. I mean, there is an address there, and my understanding is that the envelope was consistent with the address on the memorandum. And consistent.
Isn't it true that it goes? Isn't it true that it goes to the registrar's office first, Laura?
The which office?
The register. Oh, the National Archives. I'm sorry. Doesn't it go to them first?
Certificates of vote do not go to the National Archives first. They go simultaneously to multiple places as the statute directs. But the Senate directly receives certificates of vote.
All right, I want to refer you generally to, and if you want to pull it up, Title 3, Section 15, counting electoral votes in Congress. Excuse me, electoral votes in Congress.
Yes.
Is the premise of that if a state submits conflicting electoral votes to Congress, the two houses acting concurrently may accept or reject them? And that if they do not concur, the votes of the electors certified by the governor of the state would be counted in Congress?
Well, let me clarify. First of all, we're talking about Section 15 as it stood at the time, correct?
Correct.
2020. I think it says more than that. I'm happy to refresh my recollection if you'd like me to.
Well, that's a general issue of how it's resolved if the Congress gets more than two sets of votes from, or conflicting votes from the same state.
I don't think it's that simple in the statute. I think they are only permitted to count votes that comply with the law. I don't remember specifically if that's in 15 or another section. And as I've said before, this was a matter of quite a bit of significant dispute. So I'm happy to review this section and see what the detail is to answer your question, but my recollection is that it's not as simple as you just presented it.
Isn't it up to the Congress to make decisions, legal decisions on issues like that?
It is. The Congress has constitutional rulemaking authority. They do need to follow statutes. They, of course, can interpret them as they see fit. But if you're asking me what the statute calls for, you were referring to Section 15. It does not, I don't believe it suggests that any old piece of paper can be considered as a certificate of vote. But you're correct that there was debate on that, and these were debated.
All right, so they didn't even consider it to be a legitimate casting of the electoral votes then?
I
They never
can't,
got to, for them to consider it.
if you're referring to they and them as Congress, as I said, I am aware that there were certainly members of Congress who were advocating for the consideration of these. That's my recollection. Right, in the end, they were not actually counted, but that is different from you're saying that they didn't even. There were 535 members voting in the joint session, and there were many different opinions about these. And
I will give you that point about the many opinions.
I'm sorry?
I would give you the point about that many different opinions. You get 5 lawyers in a room.
That's right.
Did you ever forward those documents to Congress? Exhibit 11.
I'm not sure what you mean by forward to Congress. The Secretary of the Senate is the custodian of the records of the Senate. When they were received by the President of the Senate, they became records of the Senate, and they remained in the custody of the Secretary of the Senate for use or disposal as directed.
Directed by who? Use or disposal is directed by who?
Following the rules and procedures of Congress.
All right. No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay. My name is Dave Coleman. I'm attorney for Hank Choate. Have you ever represented, or have you ever met Hank Choate?
I don't believe I have.
Have you ever had any interaction or contact with him at all in any way that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of sitting here, no.
And as I understand your testimony, you don't know who sent Exhibit 11 to your office, correct?
Correct. There's a return addressee on it, but that's all I would know.
Okay, who's the return addressee?
I believe it was the same person who signed the memorandum, Ms. Burden.
Ms. Burden?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So then you have no information then that Hank Choate sent Exhibit 11 to your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never received Exhibit 11 then from the National Archives office, is that correct?
I may have received a copy of it. I don't recall if it was a copy that I received or not, but it's entirely possible that I did.
Okay. And regarding the Exhibit 11, which was the certificate signed by Ms. Bearden from the Republican Party in Michigan, did you compare that to the Exhibit 5 Democrat Party had submitted? Did you compare the two?
Um, I don't recall if I needed to at the time or if I was, fully aware of what Exhibit 5 was certifying. So if I was aware of it at the time, I wouldn't have needed to, but I would repeatedly check these documents throughout, to make sure that they were compliant, to make sure we had what we need. We didn't need amended certificates, things like that. I was one of several people who would check that.
But you would acknowledge that the Republican documents submitted to you not the same as the Democrat documents submitted to you, correct?
It is not the same. That's correct.
They're two totally separate, different documents, right?
That's correct.
And again, I think you've already said there was no certificate of ascertainment attached to the Republican document, correct?
Correct.
So you knew that that was not a valid submission to your office for those electoral votes to be counted, correct?
Yes, probably principally because I was aware of what the official results of Michigan were. But also because it didn't, I mean, if it comported with the official results but didn't have it attached, we would have just said send us another one with it attached or something like that.
So do you have any information or do you have any knowledge as to who created or made the document that came from the Republican electoral votes? You know who made that actual document, who wrote it, who drafted it?
I do not know. I believe I've heard about it, but I think I've heard stories of it in the public, in the general press, but I don't recall off the top of my head what's been reported. And I don't have any.
You have no information. I'm sorry, I thought you were done. So you have no information that Hank Choate created or made that document, Exhibit 11. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I mean.
And do you have any information that Hank Choate altered that document or did anything to change the document?
I'm not aware of any such information.
Do you have any information that Hank Choate altered the Democrat document that was submitted to you?
I'm not aware of any such information.
Do you have any information that Hank Choate forged any signatures or forged any of these documents in any way?
Not that I'm aware of.
And do you have any information that Hank Choate submitted a counterfeit document in any way?
I mean, again, you're kind of asking for the conclusion as to whether signing this document is a form of submission. If you mean physically submitted, I have no idea who physically mailed the document. No.
Okay. And you have no knowledge that Mr. Choate actually saw the page, I think it was page 3 of Exhibit 11, where you noted the, in your opinion, false statements. You have no information that Hank Choate ever saw that page prior to his signing page 4. Is that correct?
I mean,
to your knowledge,
the information that I have is that whoever signed that page signed it under a statement that says in witness whereof we're signing. And so that is a form of information that I would have. But I was not present and I have not heard about anything about Mr. Choate personally. So if somebody forged his signature or if he signed it without actually witnessing anything, I wouldn't know.
Right. So you have no knowledge that Hank Choate ever saw that first page, page 3 of Exhibit 11, prior to his signing. Isn't that true?
Other than the assertion in witness whereof, no.
So you have no knowledge as to what Hank Choate and the other signers were told at a meeting on December 14th either, do you?
No.
So you don't know what the witness whereof means in that document to Mr. Choate, do you?
Do I know? I mean, it follows.
I know you're assuming. I know you're assuming, but I'm asking you for your personal knowledge of what Mr. Choate knew. You don't know that, do you?
I was not present when he or whoever signed his name signed that page.
You are aware, though, that the individuals who signed on December, who allegedly signed on December 14th, were told that they were an alternate slate of electors, right?
I'm not aware of that. I've heard reporting of different states. I don't remember what the reporting on Michigan specifically was, but I'm not aware. As you said, I wasn't present.
Did your office receive alternate slates of electors from other states around the country?
Yes, we
What
did.
other states? What other states?
I believe it was, testing my memory, but I believe it was Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan. Those are the ones purporting to represent state electoral colleges.
Okay, so Michigan was not unique in 2020. There were 6 other states that also did the same thing, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
I'll be brief, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and I think it is afternoon at this point. I just have a handful of questions for you, sir. So when it comes to the General Counsel's office or being General Counsel for the Secretary of the Senate, how long have you been doing that for?
I served in that role from I think it was April of 2016 until I believe January of 2022.
And during the 2016 election, were you part of the proceedings, the official acts that occurred in the Senate at that time, given your role as General Counsel?
I was.
Okay. And during that particular election, the election of 2016, did you become aware of any non-official, unofficial certificates of votes, certificates of ascertainment that came to your office or any other office in the Capitol?
I don't recall that we received any that year. We might have. There are occasional, occasional individuals who, send in things like that, but I don't recall whether there were any in 2016 or not.
And taking a look at procedure that you followed during 2016 and also the procedure that you followed in 2020, if you received something that was non-official, unofficial, didn't comport with the law, using your own words earlier, what would you typically do as a matter of procedure with those documents? So you receive it, you're like, oh, this is not correct. What would you do next, typically, given your procedure?
Well, 2020 is the only, I was in that role for 2 joint sessions. I only recall this procedure having any effect in 2020. I don't recall if there was anything that happened in 2016. So in my mind, the procedure is what we did in 2020. If there was, if in 2016 it was somebody else played some role or did something, I don't recall. So
that's okay. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
We would do what I would now, and I think the office would now, unless they change the procedure, would do what we did in 2020.
When these documents came in from the state of Michigan, from this Republican group, and possibly other groups of Republicans from other states, did you have a classification system where you're able to sort of classify or tag them as unofficial, or how did you record that in your office once you received them?
I don't know that there was an official recording of them until there was one, or categorization, until we determined that we needed to describe it with great particularity for the archiving process. But prior to the archiving process, we might have referred to them in various ways, but I don't think there was any other official categorization other than archival.
And I know that being a general counsel for any organization, certainly the Secretary of the Senate, formality and decorum is certainly expected. And I'm sure you're a consummate professional throughout. But what was your personal reaction when you saw that certificate of vote come in, once you first laid your eyes on it? What did you think to yourself?
Relevance.
Relevance is to see whether or not he thought that this was something that was legitimate or not. I'm trying to explore this with the witness. I'm not going to go down a big rabbit hole. I just want to hear what he has to say.
Repeat your question for me.
So what was going through his mind? Essentially, what was he thinking when he first laid eyes on the certificate of vote?
That was not the question. The question was, what was his personal reaction to seeing the certificate of votes?
We're gonna go with the second question?
We'll go with the second question.
Okay.
All right.
So if you're referring to Exhibit 11 specifically, the certificate from Michigan, I believe it might have been the last one we received, and certainly I think we had received others before it. So with regard to the one from Michigan, I, was already familiar, I believe, if I recall correctly, already familiar with the format, and I probably would have just been oh God, another one if receiving it was the first I heard of it. I don't remember if it had been reported that they had done one before, so it might have been, oh, there it is. If I had heard reporting of it before we actually received it, or it might have been, oh God, another one, something like that.
So that was your reaction, oh God, perhaps another one, when you received the Michigan vote. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, I'm speculating. I do not have a specific recollection of what my reaction was to Michigan's electoral college vote.
What's the first false, in your words, false certificate that you received from a state other than Michigan? What's the first one?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall what your reaction was when you saw that first certificate come in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what was that reaction?
It was an oh my God kind of reaction, and an alarm that that something like that was created by actual party nominated electors, apparently.
So you got it, and you said generally, I'm not quoting you specifically here, but oh my gosh, look at this. What did you do next? Who did you tell that you got the certificate?
I'm trying to so conversations I would have had may be privileged, and I'm trying to figure that out with regard to your question, and the full extent of how much I can answer for you.
Well, let me ask you this particular question, and I don't want you to violate any privilege until the court mandates, if possible, if necessary in the future, that you have to reveal any type of conversations. But with whom did you have conversations that you believe would be privileged after receiving the certificate?
Your Honor, can I just quickly mute myself and confer with Senate Legal Counsel?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did have a conversation with the secretary. And then I know that I discussed them with others, but I don't think I can recall specifically who. There are others that I'm sure over the course of the next several weeks I had discussions with.
And your statement earlier, when one of my colleagues was questioning you, was that any of these certificates, quote, must comply with the law, end quote. When you came to that determination that the certificate did not comply with the law, did you, as general counsel, share your particular finding or your opinion with anyone else?
I did.
And with whom?
So I think there are conversations where I provide advice that would be privileged. And I think at this point you're asking me, did I give specific advice to other people? And so I do think I need to be more careful about that.
I understand.
If there are people that I would not have had a privileged relationship with, you can ask me about that. But I think I have to be careful about that.
Let's start there. So what people within a non-privileged capacity did you have a conversation with regarding this certificate after you determined that it did not comply with the law?
I don't know about immediately after, but at some point, I spoke with members of the archivist's office.
And would that be Miss Vincent as one of those individuals?
I don't recall if I specifically discussed these with Miriam or with her colleague, Ms. Horska. I don't recall.
I'm not asking about the content of any communication, but did you ever speak with the President of the Senate or Vice President Pence at the time or his staff after you received these certificates?
In the weeks following receipt of these certificates, I believe I spoke once or twice with a staff member of the office of the President of the Senate, which is the Vice President's Senate office. I have never spoken to the Vice President that I recall.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Was that prior to January 6th of 2021 or after January 6th, 2021?
I don't recall. And I'm not saying, I'm not specifically about the topic. You asked if I had ever spoken to the Vice President or his staff, and I'm just trying to accurately say I have had conversations with his staff. I don't believe they were about these certificates unless, I don't recall that they were specifically any of those conversations, and there were very few would have been about these specific certificates.
To the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and I'm asking personal knowledge here, did the President of the Senate, Mike Pence, ever see the certificate from the state of Michigan, specifically from the group of Republicans that is at play here in this case?
I have Your Honor, can I just confer with counsel one more time?
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no personal knowledge of the Vice President ever, whether the Vice President saw these or not. No direct knowledge.
And that's absolutely fine. What about the Vice President's staff?
I have no direct knowledge of the Vice President's staff.
Do you have any indirect knowledge?
Well, Your Honor, I'm gonna object to that question because that opens the door to hearsay.
Well, I haven't asked for a hearsay statement yet. I'm just asking if he knows.
And
If he has-
also lack of personal knowledge, which means you have lack of foundation.
Well, the witness just testified that he doesn't have any direct knowledge. So I'm trying to infer indirect knowledge. Does he have any or not? I'm not going to go further than that.
Well, what is the evidentiary value of that then if you're not going to?
Well, because when it comes to the Vice President of the United States on January 6th, he had a whole bunch of certificates of votes in addition to ascertainment, essentially all the materials required in a ministerial position to actually count the votes. So I want to know from him, either direct or indirect, if the Vice President or his office received any of these particular materials. That's what I'm asking. He said he doesn't have any direct knowledge, which I understand, but that has inference. Perhaps there's any indirect knowledge. I'm not asking for him to actually talk about any of these materials.
That's not helpful. That's not really helpful for the purpose in which we're here today, because what value does it give me? I don't know what the indirect knowledge would even be. And I think that for him to explain that, it would have to go into some hearsay.
And if I may, Your Honor, and I'll just conclude after this because I know everyone wants to go to lunch, relatively soon. And that is when it comes to Michigan law, and I'm not going to repeat my C8 motion, but there has to be a real risk of loss for there to be forgery as an element. This goes specifically to that, his direct or indirect knowledge, whether or not the Vice President actually had these certificates. Because if the Vice President has the certificates, then perhaps there would be a real risk of loss. If he doesn't have the certificates, or as he said in the congressional record, which is very detailed, he didn't receive anything else, well, then there really isn't a risk of loss.
Okay, your original question was whether he had any knowledge. His response was he had no direct knowledge.
Right.
You want to know if he has any indirect knowledge.
And that's it.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
The objection's overruled. You can answer.
And it was whether I had any indirect knowledge of what specifically?
Any indirect knowledge that the Vice President of the Senate or his staff received the certificate of votes or certificate of ascertainment or both prior to the election count or electoral vote counting on January 6, 2021.
My understanding of the procedure is that the mailroom does deliver these directly to the office of the Vice President in the Senate. That's the President of the Senate's office. And that from there, they then later come into the possession of the office of the Secretary. So they were, my understanding is that they were delivered to the office of the Vice President.
And that is your understanding because of well-documented or written down procedure, or you just assume that he would receive it?
It's not well documented, but it is extremely regular and course of our business that items addressed to the President of the Senate are delivered to the President of the Senate. And then if they are General Senate records, they would come into the possession of the Secretary of the Senate, such as these.
So let's back up a little bit and take a look at when you received these votes from the various states. And Michigan, as I believe you said, was the last state where you received this, purported certificate of vote from the Republicans. When those particular votes came in, was that the first you heard or became aware that there was a movement afoot to actually try to have these purported certificates be sent to Congress, or did you hear anything about that earlier?
I don't recall the timeline of when they were reported in the press versus when we first received them.
So is it your testimony here that you didn't have any advance notice prior to receiving the certificates that these certificates indeed were coming into the office?
I believe that was asked and answered.
The objection is asked and answered.
I'm not necessarily asking something I asked before. What I am asking is that when it came to the certificate that came in from the various states, well, you know what? I'm just going to drop it because I think everyone wants to go to lunch.
Okay, question withdrawn.
All right, thank you. All set.
Mr. Schwager, good afternoon. My name is John Freeman. I represent Marianne Sheridan. Can you hear me okay?
And thank you.
All right, fantastic. Where are you right now?
I'm in the Office of Senate Legal Counsel.
And is there anybody in that office with you?
Yes.
Who?
An attorney from the Office of Senate Legal Counsel representing me as authorized by the Senate.
Why do you need an attorney?
Well, as I advise all of my clients, when you are being questioned, it is always wise to have an attorney with you. In addition, I am testifying here as to matters that I engaged in as an employee of the Senate. And the Senate has an interest and they have expertise, and they are, and it is just, I think, extremely wise to not try and do this on my own. And I don't think I'd be authorized to do this on my own because I'm only here by authorization of the United States Senate.
Did you have any communications with the Attorney General's office before your testimony today?
Yes.
Michigan Attorney's office.
Yeah.
Was that in preparation for your testimony today?
In preparation today, I think we had a couple of logistical emails.
As part of any of those communications, did you let anybody know that you were going to have an attorney sitting next to you during your testimony today?
My attorney is who speaks principally with the Office of the Attorney General. I don't think it would ever be a surprise that a witness would have an attorney, particularly one speaking on behalf of an organization. I can't imagine you'd be surprised.
I'm not so concerned about whether I'm surprised or you're surprised. I'd like to talk about the facts. Can we do that?
Sure.
Okay. So, did you have any communications with the Attorney General's office in which you communicated that you were going to have an attorney sitting next to you during your testimony today? Yes or no?
I don't think those words were spoken to my recollection. And remember, this is not the first time we've had this hearing, so I don't know if that was ever explicitly stated or not. It might have been, but I don't remember the first time we talked.
This is not the first time you've testified in connection with the Michigan 2020 presidential election, correct?
Correct.
Did you testify in person or via video in that prior testimony?
Virtually.
So via video, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a lawyer there sitting next to you during that testimony too?
I did.
Did you confer with that lawyer during that testimony at all, like you did twice today?
What's the relevance? I'm not following.
Goes to credibility, Your Honor.
What does this got to do with the facts?
Goes to credibility of the
Well,
witness.
he wasn't asked the same questions last time. Go to the facts.
Is there anything else you want to confer with your attorney about before we
Get to the
continue?
facts. You don't need to answer that question.
Are you familiar with how an elector, let's back up, exhibit number 11 refers to electors, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Correct.
You know how those electors become electors?
Become nominated electors or duly appointed electors?
Well, let's first talk about nominated electors.
I don't know the specific procedures that the parties follow, but my understanding is any party that's on the ballot appoints a slate of electors. And those electors are the ones who are actually subject to the popular election on general election day. And then the results of that election are tallied. They are certified, and whoever's slate of electors, whichever party's slate of electors receive the most votes, are certified as ascertained by the chief executive of the state and the chief election official, typically the secretary of the state, based on those election results.
Now, what you just testified to is your general knowledge, correct?
Yes.
How is it done in Michigan?
How do you mean?
Well, you've got these people that purportedly say that they were electors, correct? That are in the document that you referred to, correct?
Correct.
How did they become electors in 2020 in the Michigan election? You don't know, do you?
Are you talking about which specific people tallied which votes and communicated, and how the votes are communicated to the Secretary of State's office, and how the Secretary of State combines the tallies?
I'm looking at exhibit number 11. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. So we can agree there that in that document, it refers to we, the undersigned, being the duly elected and qualified electors. We see that on page 2, correct, at the top?
Correct.
How did those people become, according to this document, the duly elected and qualified elector in Michigan?
My testimony is that they did not become the duly elected and qualified electors.
Well, you don't know how those people came to believe, for example, that they may have been, do you?
I don't know whether or not they actually believed that. And I certainly don't know how they came to whatever belief they had.
And you have a very specific legal definition of what a duly elected and qualified elector is, correct? Based on your experience, your expertise, and your job, correct?
Fairly specific, yes.
You don't know if anybody else on whose signature appears, purports to appear on that piece of paper, shares that very specific understanding like you have, do you?
My understanding is that the law states that the law states who becomes an elector, and the law of a state designates how the elections are to be conducted, and that the elections are conducted. And my understanding of the definition of who becomes a duly elected elector is that the law is followed. And that's my understanding. So I would hope that electors also agree that the law is what determines who should be a duly elected elector. So I actually hope that we would have the exact same understanding.
You don't know if that understanding was mutually shared, do you?
I don't know what the understanding was of the people who signed Exhibit 11.
So let's talk again about exhibit number 11. Specifically, when did that document arrive at the United States Senate?
My understanding is it arrived on January 5th.
And what is that understanding based upon?
Business records from the Senate mailroom.
And when's the last time you reviewed those records?
I reviewed a copy of them today.
Okay. And what's your understanding of what action? I'm sorry, did you say something?
I saw a copy of them today. Yes.
You saw a copy of them today. Is that different than I reviewed a copy of them today?
It might be. I think a level of detail and time spent on it, you might not consider that to have been reviewed.
Well, let me ask you again. When did the actual envelope arrive at the United States Senate mailroom?
The ending is January 5th, 2021.
I'm sorry, you got to speak up a little bit. I'm not hearing you so well.
My understanding is January 5th, 2021.
And that's based on what specifically?
As I just said, business records of the Senate mailroom.
What time did it arrive at the Senate mailroom?
I don't recall.
Where did it go from the Senate mailroom?
The Senate mailroom then takes things to a security screening, and I believe it did follow that process on that day. That's the typical process, and my recollection is that it did follow that process. And then from
So I
screening,
get a little nervous when lawyers say I believe, because I can believe a lot of things and it doesn't mean it's true. You understand what I'm talking about?
sure did.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you specifically, from the Senate mailroom at some undesignated time on January 5th, 2021, where did that envelope go?
Would you like me to refresh?
Not your belief on where it went, but where did it go?
I heard you very well, sir. Would you like me to refresh my recollection about the time? Because I could do that with a record if you'd like.
If there's something that would help you better answer the question truthfully, I'd be happy to give you as much time as the court will give you.
No, I'm not. My recollection is not refreshed.
So you don't know where it went or when it went somewhere after the mailroom.
This was the time I asked you about the timing, so you didn't have to emphasize the unspecified time as if there's some great conspiracy going on. No, I don't. My recollection about the timing is not refreshed. I have an understanding about where it went, but if you want me to be hyper precise, I was not actually carrying it. So I didn't actually witness it. So would you like me to provide my understanding and belief? I know you have a concern about that.
So you don't know under oath when exactly the letter arrived on January 5th, 2021. True statement?
Asked and answered.
That has been answered. Move on.
You don't know where the envelope went from the mailroom. You have no idea exactly where it went based on your understanding sitting here today, do you?
Based on my understanding, I do have an understanding of where it went.
I'm sorry, based on what documents you can look at and precisely say under oath where it went.
I believe it went to the Senate mail screening facility and then back to the delivery room.
What time did it go to the Senate mail screening facility?
I don't have an understanding about that.
What time did it go back to the screening room?
I don't have an understanding about that.
Where did it go after the screening room?
My understanding is that it was eventually delivered to the office of the vice president in the
What time?
I don't have an understanding about that.
Have a moment to confer with my client.
Take it back.
Nothing else.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Schwager. You may be excused.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, it's about 1:08 and I need a lunch break. But there was a concern, I guess, about calling the next witness. Your next witness would be Agent Shock. And the concern was the ability to hold off on your cross-examination. Is that what the concern was?
That was my concern that I brought up. based on, John Freeman from the shared it based on, us not having the transcripts for the prior days.
And you want to hold off until when?
Till I get the transcripts.
No, that's an uncertain time frame.
Well, Your Honor, if I had a crystal ball and could tell you when we're gonna get them, I'd be able to be very specific, but unfortunately, I can't.
So that motion will be denied. We're gonna move forward today if that's how they're gonna call their witnesses. We don't know when or how his schedule is or when he may be resubpoenaed here back for that purpose. He's here today for the purposes of giving testimony. This week was set aside in advance, actually in February. I set this week aside for the purposes of running this exam and not to put off until the time that anybody gets transcripts from a previous set of exams so that they can use it in this exam. He'll be directed in your presence, in the presence of your client, and you'll have the right and opportunity to cross-examine him based on his testimony today, and not based on any testimony that he gave in the previous examination. It'll be based on his testimony today. Any additional issues that were relative to Agent Shock's testimony today?
When we get back, I prefer to address it. I prefer to address it when we get back.
Okay, sounds good. It's 1:10. We'll be back at 2:10. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, if you can hear us, could you nod your head? Thank you. Oh, seats. I was gonna say, are we missing somebody? Okay. Everybody's here. All right. And you had an issue that you wanted to address?
Yeah, sidebar, please.
Yes, council can approach. Okay. On the record, and you can call your next witness.
This time people will call Special Agent Howard Sharp.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Michigan Attorney General's Office in the Criminal Investigation Division.
And were you assigned to investigate what is commonly known as the false slate of electors?
Yes,
When were you assigned to that investigation?
about December 28th, 2022.
And as far as, I guess, jumping into that investigation, how do you start to look into false slate of electors?
Look for evidence, statements, witness accounts, video, photographs, things like that. We also look at the document in question, the 2020 certificate of votes, as it is titled, with the Republican delegates on.
And as part of your investigation, do you research any of the applicable election law?
Yes,
And why was that important, sir?
this is a matter of a document being sent to the National Archives, the U.S. Senate, where the document that was signed off, along with the certificate of ascertainment, was sent to those same places. So there was two different documents that were sent to the U.S. Senate and National Archives.
So knowing the correct procedure would be important.
Yes.
Your Honor, I've prepared People's Proposed Exhibit 1, which are the Michigan compiled laws that govern selecting electors, which parties' electors will be appointed to deliver Michigan's votes, as well as the duties of the Board of Canvassers and the governor regarding the certificate of ascertainment, I would move for its admission.
Any objections to people who want?
See it, Your Honor?
I'm sorry.
No problem. I don't think I will. I have no objection.
People who want is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Oh, do you mind if I'm thinking?
Yes.
Now, you stated that you started with the document in question. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been admitted as People's Exhibit 11 and ask you if you recognize that document.
Yes,
What is that document, sir?
it's a memorandum. It's a memorandum, page 1, page 2, certificate of votes, 2020 electors from Michigan, or the president and vice president, president being Donald Trump, vice president being Michael R. Pence. It is signed by 16 defendants. And then it has a certificate of filling the vacancy of the 2020 electors from Michigan, Terry Lynn Land, Ken Thompson, substitute, Gerald Wall, James Renner, it's a substitute signed by Kathy Burden and Myra, with the signature of Myra Rodriguez and Kathy Burden.
Now, you mentioned that Exhibit 11 has a signature page that was signed by all the defendants that have been colloquially referred to as the false slate of electors. Do you see any of those defendants in the courtroom today?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you, and I guess clockwise is the easiest way to, one, identify the defendants by name and maybe an article uploaded.
Very much apologize. I want to interject an objection. Is that when you're referring to the defendants, I don't think they should be called the false slate of electors. I think they should be called either the alternate slate or the unauthorized slate or something else, because that reads illegality into what was clearly not illegal. So,
Well, this is an exam, and I said commonly referred to.
but we don't need to do that here. I don't think. That's my objection.
I join in the objection, Your Honor, and I'd also wonder, why are we identifying the defendants? If there's some allegation that they've done something wrong, it's one thing. The fact that somebody's defending is relevant.
Well, their names are gonna be referred to, so to identify which ones are in the courtroom, I think is important.
Judge, I'll stipulate that Ms. Rodriguez is wrong. So.
Thank you. Identification as to Ms. Rodriguez is noted. I agree with the term issue, not that it's really germane as it relates to me. More so if this were to go jury, that'd be a concern, but I know why we're here, so.
I just don't want the record to reflect.
I agree. I agree. I think she can will try to do that. I think typically she does refer to it as an alternate slate, but it happens. So we'll try to remind her.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure. Just because it's easier, if you can go clockwise and identify the defendants that are present in the courtroom and by name, and perhaps an article of clothing, just so that the record is clear who you're referring to.
Sure. Kenneth Thompson, wearing a checkered blazer. Mr. William Choate wearing a navy blazer. Mrs. Rose Rook, flower shirt, and Mrs. Sheridan wearing a gray sweater, and Mr. Clifford Frost wearing a navy blazer. Mr. Blake very stipulated, so.
Yeah, Ms. Rodriguez, it's been stipulated that she's presently virtual. Now, does your investigation start with that document, Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And what's the first thing you do as it relates to Exhibit 11?
Well, I look at the document, review the document, read the document. And then I followed up with the National Archives and the US Senate to confirm that they received a copy of the document.
Were you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, and when I say were you able to do that, were you able to actually confirm that this document was received by the US Senate and by the National Archives?
Yes.
And why was that important to your investigation, sir?
It showed to me that, the document was not just a document that was filled out or signed, that the document was also sent through the mail to the place, to the appropriate place of where it's supposed to go, to be received, recorded, and counted.
Now, as it relates to the signatures on Exhibit 11, what, if anything, did you do to determine the authenticity or identify those signatures?
I sent the signatures to the Michigan State Police questionable document section. It's a division of their forensic laboratory for signature analysis. So on some of these signatures, they required additional documents to examine. Other signatures had a sufficient file in their database to look at those and give an opinion.
Did you receive reports either identifying or not identifying the signatures on Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And did those come from the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division?
Yes.
Your Honor, I am going to move to admit pursuant to MCL 76611B would have been marked as people's proposed exhibits 16 through 21. In the group 1 exam, they were admitted as 19 through 24. They are lab reports, all authored by forensic scientist Mackenzie Way, last name W-E-Y-H, of the questions document unit. All bear the laboratory number LS 23-1382 and have record numbers in sequential order 1 through 6, and they all contain Mackenzie Way's opinions as to the various signatures on Exhibit 11. I would move for their admission.
Any reason for objection?
Purposes of prelim.
This was people 16 through 21.
Yes.
That's admitted for purposes of prelim.
And specifically, Your Honor, record number 1. Mackenzie Way was able to identify the signatures of Kent Vanderwood as it related to defendant William Choate. I believe the signature was Hank Choate on Exhibit 11. And while Way was able to identify the Choate, the signature first name was different, so it could neither be eliminated or identified as it related to William Choate, but he was able to positively identify Choate as being signed by William Choate. Also in record 1, the signature of Mary Ann Henry was identified. In record 2, the signatures of Timothy King and James Renner were identified. In record 3, the signature of Rose Brooke was identified. In record 4, the signature of Kathleen Bearden was identified. And record 5 was just acknowledging receipt of several signatures for Stanley Grote. And in record 6, the signature of Stanley Road was identified. Permission to publish to the court?
Permission granted.
Just a point of clarification, Your Honor. Are these exhibits that were exhibits 19 to 24 now exhibits 1 to 5?
No.
16 to 21.
16 to 21, so 19 to 24, and 16 to 21. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a
Trying to follow.
exhibit list.
Thank you.
I'll give it together.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to know.
Now, having obtained signature identifications, do you do any additional identification, any additional investigation to, one, identify the signees, as well as obtain any information or video about the process that took place?
Yes,
Okay, were you able to determine when this document was signed?
yes,
And, well, how were you able to determine that?
through interviews. Well, the document itself says that it was signed on December 14th, but through interviews, through social media posts, statements, information that I learned.
Okay, so although the document identifies a date, were you still able to, I guess, confirm that that's actually the date that those signatures were executed through your investigation?
Yes,
So December 14th, 2020,
yes,
were you able to determine where this document was executed?
yes.
And where was that?
The Michigan GOP headquarters,
Where is that located?
520 West Seymour Street, Lansing.
Now, based on your review of the applicable law, do you know when the appointed electors were supposed to meet in 2020 to vote, to deliver the Michigan votes for president and vice president?
Yes,
When was that?
December 14th, 2020, 2 p.m. The Capitol building.
And do you know where they were supposed to meet?
The Capitol.
Oh, you said that, I'm sorry. Strike that question. Now, I believe you said, in addition to interviews, that you also searched social media records as well as obtained videos. What kind of videos did you obtain, sir?
They were videos through YouTube. There was a video posted on YouTube with some of the Republican electors approaching the Capitol building. There were some interviews that were done that were also posted online. Wow.
And were you able to preserve those videos?
Yes,
How'd you do that?
just by downloading the videos from the particular sites.
Now, one of these videos, did you locate on YouTube?
Yes,
And is this something that you found on your own? It was brought to your attention, or it was part of a search?
it was part of a search, an open search, open source search.
And were you able to determine if this video actually was what it purported to be as it related to the alternate slate of Republican electors?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
So just based on the information I received from witnesses, corroborated that video.
Sorry, continue.
No, that's all I had. Just-
And did you review the videos?
Yes,
And did the content of the video correspond to events that you had learned of during your investigation?
yes,
Specifically speaking of the commonly referred to as the YouTube video.
yes.
What is the event that is being recorded in that video?
It is some of the Republican alternate slate of electors walking up to the state capitol building, trying to get into the capitol building.
And fair to say you've reviewed that video?
Yes,
Were you able to identify any of the alternate Republican slate members?
I'm
in
gonna
the video?
object until this video becomes part of the evidence.
That's what I'm doing.
You're asking for the content of the video. You're not asking him to identify the video if it's what you saw. You're asking him the contents before it's part of evidence.
I just asked if he was able to identify any members of the alternate slate.
Off the video, which is not part of the evidence yet.
I think, are you laying foundation?
I am.
Objections overruled.
I'll rephrase it. Were you able to identify any of the defendants as being in the video, the YouTube video of the false slate
Yeah.
of electors? That's just the name of the video. I'm not calling it the false slate.
yes,
And Your Honor, that video has been marked as an exhibit in this case as exhibit 12. It was previously marked as exhibit 10 in group 1. And I would move for its admission.
Well, here,
Go for it.
sir, you said you found this video on YouTube, open search, is that correct?
yes.
When did you find it?
I don't recall. I would have to refer back to my report.
Would it have been days after or the day after or what?
The day after what?
The video, the 14th, December 14th. How long after December 14th did you find it?
I see what you're trying to ask. So I wasn't assigned the case until December 28th, 2022. If that helps answer your question. I don't recall when I first saw the video.
Did you shoot the video?
No, sir.
You downloaded it from a public source?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the metadata checked?
No, sir.
Why not?
I didn't see the reason to do that.
So you don't know if that video has been altered, modified, deleted, enhanced, edited, or corrupted in any way, do you?
No, sir.
So you have no idea what the veracity of that is. That could have been modified. And as we see with artificial intelligence, now I'm gonna put my face on there, correct?
I'm not saying that, sir.
You don't know if it has been.
I'm saying
modified.
I don't know.
Did you have an opportunity to have the metadata checked?
Yes,
Why did you choose not to?
I don't have a reason for you.
I'm gonna-
It appeared authentic to me.
Are you qualified to make such a judgment?
No, sir.
I'm gonna object. You can't do anything with the authenticity of it, whether it's been modified, deleted, enhanced, or anything to that effect. It coming down from the internet, we all know everything off the internet is true, from what I've heard. I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck about it, but I mean, it's gotta be authentic and be authenticized one way or another. As a matter of fact, when we get into trial, he's gonna have to, the prosecutor's gonna have to have the video certified. So if we cut it short here, I mean, if it's not gonna be admissible later, I move the rules are different here. I mean, but this is an opportunity to cut some of this up.
Thank you, counsel.
Well, one, counsel's arguments go towards weight, not admissibility.
I'm sorry.
Counsel's arguments go towards weight, not admissibility. This witness has laid the proper foundation that although this video was obtained on an open source social media site, it also corresponded with other independent parts of his investigation. He reviewed the video, was able to identify several of the defendants in this matter in the video. He was able to determine the date and location and the event which is contained within the video, which is really all that the rules of evidence requires, that the item be what it's purported to be, and not, we don't have to deep dive into the metadata or go into AI.
Actually, that would be incorrect. If it's going to be published, they have to show that the person who took the video or the picture or created the document had the ability to operate the equipment, prove the equipment was operating correctly, prove that it hasn't been enhanced, that they've had a good chain of custody on it, and that's all for trial. Again, it's way different. But when we get up there, I mean, we cut it short if we eliminate it here.
I'm not here to cut things short for trial.
I understand, but if it's if it's questionable, and even whether it's not a question of weight of the evidence, it's a question of it's accurate or not, period. And this witness didn't shoot the video.
I recognize he did not shoot the video, and he made it very clear he didn't authenticate it. He stated he didn't see any reason to, and he doesn't have a valid reason as to why he didn't authenticate it. I recognize also, counsel, that you made in your response to the objection statements that the things saw in the video, I guess, would accompany other things in his investigation, but I don't think he testified to that. So maybe we should allow him to do that.
Sure, clear, I joined in the objection.
Okay. Anybody else have joined in the objection?
Yes, on behalf of Ms. Sherry.
I will as well.
Thank you.
I will on behalf of Mr. Rubin. Thank you.
All right, I will do that. With regards to, we're just referring to the YouTube video right now. What other independent aspects of your investigation were you able to use and review to determine the authenticity of the YouTube video?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think it's going to call for a hearsay answer. On behalf of Ms. Sherry.
Part of his investigation?
Join.
What information did he get during his investigation? Is that cause for hearsay, you're saying?
I think there needs to be very specific tailored questions as to what the basis is, so that we're not getting into what maybe other people told, because that would be classic hearsay.
To the extent his answer was going to be that, I guess.
Well, first of all, whatever he learned or gleaned from his investigation is not being used for the truth of the matter asserted, but being used to show what corroborated the authentication of this video. So it's not hearsay.
Your Honor, the fact that it's being used to corroborate something is to bolster the truthfulness of something.
It's effect on the listener.
That's
Yeah.
almost double hearsay.
But it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, so it comes in. Objections overruled.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what comes in?
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then hearsay goes out the window.
Okay.
So objections overruled.
All right. Well, Your Honor, that might support why he downloaded something, but it's inappropriate for him to say that what else he learned helps authenticate what he downloaded. The act of the downloading.
He's not authenticating. He's not able to authenticate it. We're just trying to understand what other aspects of his investigation help align with what he sees on this video. He can't authenticate this video.
Then it is being offered for the truth, specifically what these other bits of information.
It's not. It's being offered for the effect on the listener.
I'm not sure what effect on him we're talking about. We're talking about the effect of him on him for downloading the video in the first place. The effect for him to do what?
Determine whether or not it's an authentic video. I mean, if the video doesn't correspond with this investigation, then it's not part of the evidence.
Then he's saying, I believe this to be a truthful video. Because
He's already testified that
because of
didn't he?
all this other, he's saying, I believe it to be truthful because of all this other information.
Not just because of all of the other information. This is being offered. She's asking this now because of the objection about his failure to authenticate. He's already testified that he believed it would be truthful.
My objection is specifically as it relates to hearsay.
Okay, I already overruled the hearsay
But
objection.
we're talking, if we're talking about the effect on the listener, my question is, what effect? What effect are we talking
Did
about?
you want to respond to him again?
Why he didn't go further and get the metadata, because he felt that, well, as an offer proof, the other information gleaned from the investigation corroborated the veracity of what was in the video.
Okay, right now, we're only addressing why he didn't authenticate or get them metadata.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said he didn't know why he did.
Okay,
I think that was his testimony. I don't know why didn't he? I don't know.
and just for the record, until we are familiar with everyone's names, when you're joining the objection, just state the names so the court reporter knows who's joining.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'll sit down.
No, you can. That was for everyone. Okay, but your objection is noted. It's overruled. You can continue.
You remember the question?
I do not, yeah.
Whatever evidence, information did you glean during your investigation that drew you to the conclusion that this video purported to show an important event as that would, well, chronicle an important event in your investigation?
There was interviews that were done. The one Captain Green from the state.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
He hasn't said what Captain Green said.
He's referring to interviews that he did with somebody else. Presumably, that's what someone else told him.
Interviews that he did with someone else, or
Yes.
that he viewed?
Attorney Gilbert for Thompson.
Thank you.
I would join because the question was, who did you talk to?
That's not my question.
I'm sorry, the answer was I talked to a witness to support this.
So there was interviews that were done.
Now I'm getting.
He said there was interviews that were done. He can say that. He just can't tell us what was
There
said.
you go.
So the objection is premature. Continue.
Please continue.
There were interviews that were done with witnesses.
Which witnesses, without telling us what they said?
Understood. Captain Green was one of the witnesses. There was another individual, Steve Unruh.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Steve Unruh.
Can you spell that?
I can take, I'll take a try at it. I believe it's UNRUH.
Did you interview, did you interview anyone that's actually in the video?
Yes.
Who's in the video?
That's Steve Unruh, who was in the background of the video.
Anyone in the foreground of the video that you interviewed?
Yes, that's Captain Green, or Lieutenant Green at the time.
Okay. And through those interviews and the rest of your investigation, were you able to confirm that the event that was being documented occurred on the specific date, specific location, and for a specific reason?
Yes.
And through your investigation, what was the date that this video was recorded on?
December 14th, 2020.
And were you able to tell the location of the event that was being recorded?
The Capitol grounds.
Like which Capitol grounds?
The state capitol, the grounds themselves. I don't know the specific door.
Well, I just need to know if it was state capitol versus US capitol.
Oh, I'm sorry, the state capitol. The
Thank
state
you.
capitol grounds. My apologies.
Okay. And again, the people will renew the motion to admit people's proposed exhibits. Well,
I'm inclined to believe they're continuing their objection. The objection's overruled. Well, it's admitted for the purposes of the feeling.
and the last time we played it, the bandwidth had it going really slow. I will provide the court with a digital copy so it can play in real time. But I can attempt to play it again. I just know that last time we played it, the video lagged, but the audio, I think, played at regular speed.
I'm not, okay, are you gonna attempt to play now? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Or publish? Okay.
I'm not gonna attempt to publish, but we can try that later. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm gonna hand you what have been marked as people's proposed exhibits 13. Do you
Your Honor, I'm
reckon?
just gonna, point of clarification, is it the people's intention that they're never gonna play this video in open court?
That's not what
I
it
think
said.
she'll do it later because of the bandwidth issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe 13, is that an old number, new number?
That is a new number. It is old 15. You're welcome.
My apologies to the court, we're supposed to address counsel.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
My apologies to the court, we're supposed to address counsel through the court. I'll keep
Thank
that
you.
in mind.
Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
there's still photos of that video that was taken at the state capitol building with the Republican slate of electors and some other individuals.
And do those photos show clear images of the attendees of the event that's recorded in Exhibit 12?
Yeah.
And are you able to identify any of the defendants in those images?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to this. This might be premature, but if he's gonna try and make identification, I prefer that they give it to me. Before we start taking testimony from it.
I'll give you a booth for a minute.
That's why I said it might be
He said it might be premature, so.
People would vote to admit people's proposed Exhibit 13.
What here?
Feel free.
Are these still photos that you captured off the YouTube video? And that would be current exhibit 12.
I did capture still photos, sir. I don't recall if these are the ones that I captured.
And I'll just say as an officer of the court, I took those still photos.
Are you gonna testify?
Are you asking me a question for her?
No, I'm sorry, I was.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay, you took those photos from,
I created those stills from Exhibit 12.
okay.
Is this the first time you've seen those photos?
No, sir.
So you would have heard them at, I think, prior, or seen them at the prior?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Do you know if those photos have been enhanced, perhaps altered in any way, shape, or form?
I do not know, sir.
So the image itself may have been blown up from the original photo or zoomed out from the original photo? Is that possible?
I do not know.
And again, were you provided any metadata from those photos? And timestamps of when that photo was taken, cut out?
No, sir.
Do you know if they were taken on a thumbnail and that was resolution?
I don't know, sir.
Print them off, correct?
No.
I'm gonna make the same objection.
Again, this objection goes to weight, not admissibility. The witness has identified that these images are stills from a video that has been admitted, albeit not published to the court. The witness has testified that they are clear images and you can see clear faces in these photos. The metadata doesn't matter if we already know the date of the event.
I'm just gonna identify Gilbert Thompson. I'm supposed to do that.
Can you speak a little bit louder for me, because this right here is blocking
You
sound.
mentioned that earlier, and I apologize, I have issues getting up and down. That was Gilbert for Thompson on that objection, right?
Okay,
I did ask us to do that. I don't know if the clerk's picked up everybody yet or not.
She's not.
but, Yeah.
I have not either. Okay, so the objection is to authentication on the pictures.
Because because he can authenticate the pictures. The same arguments I presented last time. I don't think I need to go through them.
You do not. Thank you.
Your Honor, right blank, appearing on behalf of Ms. Rodriguez, before I get my consent, I'd like now to look at the photographs.
Absolutely.
before
Absolutely.
I either object or take no position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. On behalf of my client, we won't object to the admission.
As to your objection, it's overruled. That's People's 13.
Yes.
People's 13 is admitted for the purposes of prelim.
And then the group one exam that was previously identified as exhibit 16. It's the same photos. Now, looking at People's 13, are you able to identify any of the defendants in this case in those images?
Yes,
And can you go by page
sure,
and identify first page, second page?
sure. So first page, we're just talking about the defendant.
Just the defendants.
Okay. First page, I don't see any defendants. Second page, I see Mrs. Sheridan.
Excuse me, can I either have a copy or can you hold up?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you see who in the second page?
Mrs. Sheridan.
Works. Thank you.
Yep. Third,
Sorry. Yeah, but there's, we got more than just 15 series. It's not just me. Okay, yeah, all right, thanks. I'm good. Thanks. 9.
okay. This is the third page. Again, Mrs. Marianne Sheridan, Mr. Clifford Frost. Go around the room. Everyone.
When you say third, page are the actual number?
Just the third page I'm flipping through. I don't see a number.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did you identify the guy in the blue mask?
No, it was just asked about the defendant.
Oh.
Fourth page. No,
Which one was that?
this is the fourth page. I'm sorry. I'm still looking at it.
You have blood deer on that?
Are you just identifying the defendants
Just the
in this group?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I thought we were talking
You want
about.
to voir dire on what?
On that photo?
I don't think he said he identified anyone in that photo though, but you can, I guess, voir dire if you want.
Man,
Yes.
Oh, wait,
could you hold that photo back up?
what is he voir dire on?
I don't
The photo's
know.
been admitted.
Who's the guy with the blue mask and the tan
No.
coat?
Oh, that wasn't her question. Her question was only to identify the defendants in the photo. So when you're crossed, you can feel free to ask that.
Thank you.
Okay, number 5 would be Mr. Clifford Frost and Mr. Kenneth Thompson.
Like it somewhere. Where did you point to, Mr. Thompson?
Red hat in the camera. Okay. The 6th page, Mr. Clifford Frost. Sixth page. Oh, I'm sorry, 7th page. Mrs. Marianne Sheridan, Mr. Clifford Frost.
Can I add, again, this is exhibit 13, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
The 8th page here, again, Mr. Clifford Frost. The 9th page would be Mr. Clifford Frost, Mrs. Marianne Sheridan, and Mr. Kenneth Thompson.
And I know they have been admitted. I'd ask the court to have prosecutor numbers on 1 through 9, so we'll be referring to them in the exhibit. That'd be helpful.
I have no objection to that, and I will do that. In fact, I'm going to do that now while I'm asking my follow-up questions. Now, Mr. Agent Shock, while you were looking through the 9 photos in Exhibit 13 and identifying the defendants in this case, you only identified the defendants that are presently before the court for preliminary exam. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were those the only defendants in this matter that you saw in those photos?
No.
Okay. All right, but I'm going to ask you to go through them again. With the pages numbered 1 through 9. And again, identifying the photo, but you don't have to identify these particular defendants again, but can you identify any false slate defendants that are in the still photo?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm making an objection. I don't think that was the false slate.
I'm gonna say it. I mean, I don't think the court is taking it to heart.
I'm not taking it to heart, but
I don't think
your
it's-
objection is noted.
You're assuming something.
Okay, well, with all due respect, the 2 witnesses who testified earlier testified that Exhibit 11 is a fraudulent document. We have established by signature that some of the defendants in this room signed that document, which is a fraudulent document. It is a slate of votes that did not have any authority in state or federal law. I don't think I am out of bounds by calling it a false slate.
Okay. I'm not gonna get into the back and forth about the semantics of the language. I'll leave that to you all to deal with if this matter is something that makes it to a trial or to the circuit court, because it doesn't have an effect on me.
It may not have an effect on you, Your Honor, but it has an effect on everyone who's watching this hearing right now, and everyone who reads about this hearing. It's just not fair to a criminal defendant to label something a false slate when they may or may not have intended or believed it to be false. So it's painting these electors with this false.
Them
false
intending
light. Why
or
would you call it
believing,
alternate
them
light?
intending to believe it to be false doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's false.
Even the gentleman who testified, Your Honor, couldn't say that it was false. She can't say it's false. Even the guy from the Senate couldn't, the general counsel for the Senate couldn't say it was false or not. So how can she stand here and say, every time she mentions it, a false slate, a false electors? That's just not fair, Judge.
Your Honor, I'll join in that objection. It's like a homicide trial and having the prosecutor get up and say the murderer,
Exactly.
the murderer.
Oh, yeah, now we have the gallery speaking up.
Gilbert for Thompson, I joined.
I join.
They don't need to do.
Blake would join.
Well,
Don't
they do that in homicide trial, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. They refer to the person as the murderer.
But the Michigan Supreme Court and Court of Appeals have said time and time again that referring to the dead body as the victim is inappropriate because there is no crime, therefore there cannot be the victim until the jury says guilty.
No, that's not
Oh,
true.
that's absolutely true.
That is not true. If you
Your Honor,
can
it's unduly
establish,
Okay,
I'm
Freeman
talking.
on behalf of Sheridan. it's
okay, wait a
unduly
minute, one
prejudicial.
at a time. We can't all talk over each other for the record.
If a crime has been established, the parties are allowed to refer to that crime.
Well, we are at a preliminary examination, and so part of the issue or the burden on this district court is to establish first, if there's probable cause that a crime was committed. So to that extent, we don't know if there's a crime yet, because that's part of my burden. I've asked for there to be, for the language to be alternate slate to satisfy your concern, because I can see how that could be a concern, because that's been the crux of their, I guess, even the first slate's argument. To the extent that counsel's gonna remember to do that every time, I don't know that she is. And also, I'm not gonna allow you to disrupt the proceedings every time she misspeaks. I've already made the request for her to say alternate versus
Counsel has
false.
already said,
Thank
I'm
you.
just gonna do it.
No, I didn't.
And Your Honor, it's not, I interpret it as it's a court order. You're ordering an attorney to be very careful about the terms that are being used.
I've also ordered people not to speak over each other, but they do it anyways. You also know the court rules that you can't address counsel directly, but you all are doing it anyways. No?
Your Honor, my point is that this is not a simple request. This is not an administrative ministerial matter. It's something that the court acknowledges is significant. It asks that you direct the prosecution not to use the terminology that you prohibited them from using. And if they continue to do so, then I think we collectively as attorneys can ask for whatever sanctions we think are appropriate, but it needs to stop.
Okay, I've already made the request. I don't find it to be germane. I say I understand the position. I'm not going to make an order that she not refer to this as a false slate because they're bringing prosecution believing or asserting that it was a false slate. That's the whole, that's why we're here. And your defense is that it was not a false slate. That's why we're here. And so it's not germane for me. That's an issue you all can argue until you're blue in the face. If this goes to circuit court, we're not going to continue to disrupt the proceedings for that purpose. I will again request that the AG is careful when she's making language as to not to offend the defense attorneys by using false slate. You can continue.
Yes, Your Honor. Reviewing Exhibit 13. And again, identifying the pages before, can you identify the other defendants in this investigation?
Yes, so page 1. Not identify any of the other defendants. Page 2. Sean Maddock. Page 3. Amy Peccinello. Page 4. This is Michelle Lundgren. Page 5. This is Amy Peccinello and Mrs. Michonne Maddock. Page 6. Mr. Timothy King. Page 7, Mr. Timothy King. Mrs. Marianne Henry. Mrs. Sean Maddock and Mrs. Amy Peccinello. Page 8, Mr. Timothy King. Page 9. This is Amy Peccinello, Mr. Timothy King.
Now, Agent shot several of those photos. There is a man in a blue COVID mask and a camo suit that is prominently featured. Were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Ian Norton.
Were you able to, in your investigation, identify what, if any, involvement Mr. Norton had with trying to deliver an alternate Republican slate of votes?
Yes, he tried to, well, he was holding a vanilla envelope and.
Well, just, was he involved?
Objection, Your Honor, I'd ask that he be allowed to answer the question. He was mid-sentence.
Well, his answer is gonna be based on hearsay, but okay.
You can answer the question. You can answer.
So he approached the Capitol Police, the state police, and was holding a vanilla envelope.
And- Oh, is that all you have that determines whether or not he was involved?
He said that he was trying to deliver the certificate of vote.
Now, during your investigation, did you obtain any other videos?
Yes,
Okay, and was one of those videos a different angle of this same event?
yes.
And where did you find that video?
I'd have to refer to my notes. It may have been YouTube or Rumble.
Do you have those handy?
My notes would be on my computer. We're talking about the approach to the Capitol.
Yes.
Well, yes, there was multiple. I think there was more than one video of the approach, you know, or approach to the Capitol.
Well, I'm talking about the one that we previously admitted in group one's exam and that we're getting ready to admit this one. So would looking at your notes refresh your memory?
Yes,
Okay, are you able to do that?
I should be able to pull up my notes on my computer.
Mr. Freeman has a
Or my
call he has to
report.
make anyway, so now will be a good time for him to refresh his recollection.
Thank you.
Ma'am, anything he uses to refresh his memory, defense is entitled to. If he takes that computer,
I-
up there, I want the entire contents.
No, that's not how
Yes,
that
that's
works.
how it works.
The entire contents of his computer?
If he takes that up there, I want the entire contents. So if he wants to print out certain pages and show us what he's getting memory, refreshing his memory.
He doesn't
with.
have to give you the entire contents of his
If he takes
computer.
that up there-
You're not gonna talk over me, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had a pause in there.
No, you don't get to get the entire contents of his video, just like if she were to pull up a police report on her computer and show you what page she's gonna show him. You don't get the whole content of his computer. She can ask him what he's gonna use. I don't know if it's a report, and maybe something you already have.
What I know, my understanding of the court rule is, if he takes that computer up there to refresh his memory, because we don't know what he's gonna actually look at. That's why if it was a piece of paper, then he could say, oh, here's the police report off this. If he takes that computer up there, he could use 4 or 5 different things and only have to reveal one thing. So if he takes that up there, I want the contents of the computer.
We're
If
not,
he wants-
well, that's denied. You can ask him what he's gonna use to refresh his recollection, and we can ask him in the next 2 minutes, because again, I said I was gonna adjourn to let Mr. Friedman go, since now is a good time to do that.
Yes. What do you have, what information or documentation do you have that will refresh your memory?
The video, you're asking me about the YouTube video?
The second video, but yes.
Okay. So
And the question was, where did he get the video from?
Yes.
That was the question. He's trying to refresh his recollection
Oh,
as to where
so
he
the-
got the video from.
Right, but
I misunderstood the question then. Oh, it just the internet and open source.
Should we still take a break?
Well, yeah, we're gonna take a break.
Okay.
It's an hour after we came back from lunch. People have to use the restroom. So I don't know how long you're proceeding.
It should be very quick.
We'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
Okay.
That's
All
not-
right.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, you can be seated. Okay. Are we missing anybody? I don't believe,
But.
yeah, but I don't think it's any of the
Anybody.
interested parties. I think it was members of the gallery that are missing.
Yeah.
Okay, and so your last, we're back on the record. Your last inquiry was about where he got one of the videos he said from an open source. I don't know if he's still in, he had need to refresh his recollection.
So I believe your last answer was the second video that we're speaking of, and just for identification purposes for the record, we are talking about people's proposed exhibit 14. It was previously marked, I believe, as people's proposed exhibit 16 for group 1.
I thought 13 and 16.
No, 13 was no, those were the stills from the YouTube video. Those are 15. Well, what was 13? What is 13? Yes.
Okay.
I
I think you said 16 previously, but I'll note that it's 15 now, and 14 was previously 16.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I know.
People's proposed 14 is the second video that she's trying to lay foundation for.
Okay.
That Agent Shark was not 100% sure where he got it from. He just said open source on the social or on the internet, whether it be Rumble or Facebook. I don't know what Rumble is, but I don't know if it's germane to this. So
And that was 16 last.
correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes. Everyone will get in the exhibit list. Now, since we had the break, were you able to refresh your memory with regards to the video we're speaking of, people's proposed exhibit 14?
Yeah.
And do you recall where you located that video?
Yes, online.
Okay. And was this a video that either was already part of the investigation before you joined, something that you came across, something that was forwarded to you? How did you come across this video?
Something that I came across through just doing research online.
And did you review the contents of people's proposed exhibit 14?
Yeah.
Were you able to determine if the event that's being recorded was relevant to your investigation?
Yeah.
Did you, were you able to determine based on other aspects of your investigation that the video recorded in that event and a proposed exhibit 14 was, I guess, a true recording of that event?
Yes.
And how are you able to do that? What other aspects of your investigation?
Just through, again, this video, this YouTube video, like looking at multiple videos and interviewing people.
And were you able to interview persons that were contained in the video that is people's proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
And who in the video were you able to interview?
Captain Green or Lieutenant Green.
Anyone else?
What would, yeah, Mr. Unruh, like I said before. Mr. Unruh.
And were you able to determine through your investigation date, location of the event that was recorded in proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, the event that's taking place, can you give us a brief description of the event?
A brief description would be the Republican electors walking up to the Capitol, state Capitol building with some other people around them.
And were you able, through your investigation, to determine the date of that video?
Yes.
What was the date?
December 14th, 2020.
And would you be able to identify still images taken from that video?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The hand you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibit 15. And just ask you to look through those. And I know I haven't moved to amendment 14 yet.
Okay. Okay.
And do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
They're just still photos of that video, of them walking up to the Capitol building and meeting with state police. Them being the Republican slate of electors and some other individuals that accompany them.
And based on your review of the video, are those stills accurate images that can be seen if you watch the video in regular time?
Yes.
People would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 14 and 15.
Any objection?
What here?
You can proceed.
With the video specifically, you said you sourced it from online, and the first video you were able to identify as receiving it or downloading it from YouTube. Do you know what social media you got this link from?
It was at Eric Lloyd.
So it was an individual.
Yeah, it was an individual that posted it.
We're talking about, is it 14 or 15? 14. Oh.
And again, did you have the video reviewed, analyzed, anything with metadata to ascertain the authenticity if it had been modified, adjusted, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right, and is there a reason why you didn't?
The fact that I've done interviews and talked to people and whatnot that corroborated that video, so that was the reason why.
Thank you. In regards to the still photographs, you testified that those are captured out of that video. Did you capture those or did somebody else? That would be exhibit 15. The group photos.
I captured still photos. I don't recall if it was these specific ones from that video.
All right, did you match those photos in exhibit 15 up with the video itself to ensure that those were captured from it?
Yes, they appeared.
And again, you have no idea how authentic they are, if they've been adjusted, modified, anything like that. Would that be true?
Yes.
Thank you. No objection except for the purposes of the prelim.
People 14 and 15 are admitted for the purposes of the prelim.
As with exhibit 12, the people will publish 14, just not right now. With regards to people's exhibit 15, can you tell us how many pages are contained in that exhibit?
Oh, I'm sorry. There are 6 pages.
And I'm going to ask you, just as with exhibit 13, to identify first the page number and then any of the defendants, including those from group 1 and the prospective group 3 that you see in the still images, and then publish to the Cali if possible. Thank you.
Okay. So page 1, the William, also known as Hank Choate, and James Renner. Page 2 would be Michonne Maddock and Mr. Kenneth Thompson. Page 3 would be Mrs. Michonne Maddock Mr. Kenneth Thompson, and Mr. Timothy King. Page 4 would be Mrs. Marian Sheridan, Mrs. Amy Facinello, Sean Maddock, Mr. Ken Thompson. Page 5 would be Mr. William, also known as Hank Choate, Mrs. Marian Sheridan, Mrs. Amy Facinello, Sean Maddock. Page 6 would be Mr. James Renner and Mrs. Marian Sheridan.
Now, at any point during your investigation, did you ever make any attempts to receive a list of the actual Republican nominees for elector?
Yes,
And were you successful?
yes,
And where did you get that document?
from the Secretary of State, a representative. of the Secretary of State.
And did you review that list?
Yes,
And were you able to compare that list with Exhibit 11?
yes, it was.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what is marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 9. This was previously not admitted as a People's Exhibit in Group 1. It was a defense exhibit. I don't remember which letter. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
What is that?
this is the certificate of the Republican presidential electors elected at the Michigan Republican State Convention on August 29th through August 30th, 2020. And it has each district, District 1 through 14 with 2 at-large members.
And why was that list important to your investigation, sir?
This is where the delegates were selected at the state convention, and that list was created and then sent to the Secretary of State's office.
People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 9.
Any objection?
Whether you're
Yes.
John Freeman on behalf of Sheridan. Especially in shock, when did you actually obtain that list?
I don't recall.
You have no recollection at all when you got that?
No.
So the investigation into this matter was opened up sometime in 2020, correct? I understand your personal involvement. Your personal involvement went until 2022, correct?
Yes,
But there were other investigators working on it before you took it over?
yes,
And so is it possible that that list that you're holding there was previously obtained by other investigators?
I don't believe so, sir. I believe that I obtained it when I made a request for documents from the Secretary of State.
And when in 2020 did the investigation first begin?
I don't recall.
Is there anything that you'd be able to look at that would help you ascertain when the Attorney General's office first opened their investigation?
Your Honor, this goes outside the scope of our here.
Why is that relevant to this exhibit?
Well, maybe it's not, but it's relevant to something I hope to cover with him tomorrow. So I was going to ask him to do refreshing his recollection overnight so we can talk about it tomorrow. But I'll move
Okay,
on.
well, he's noted that
Thank you.
he's gonna be questioned about that tomorrow. If People's 9 is admitted.
I'm drawing your attention to Exhibits 9 and 11. Are there any notable differences between the list of candidates or nominees for Republican elector versus those that signed Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And how many differences? Sorry.
2 differences.
Which nominees from Exhibit 9 did not sign Exhibit 11?
Terry Lynn Lamb and Mr. Gerald Wall.
Sorry, what's the last name?
Gerald Wall, W-A-L-L. Thank you.
And what two signatures are on Exhibit 11 that are not on Exhibit 9?
Would be Mr. Kenneth Thompson and Mr. James Renner.
Thank you. I'll take some of that back.
Okay.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you obtain certified returns from social media companies?
Yes.
And whose returns did you obtain?
The companies?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't understand the question when counsel refers to returns. I'm not exactly what.
Talked about a search warrant.
Yes.
Oh. Thank you.
Which companies did you make requests?
Twitter and, or it's referred to now as X or and Meta, which covers Facebook and Instagram.
And when you made requests to Meta and Export, were they Export at the time you made the request, or were they Twitter?
It was X.
Okay. Whose records were you seeking?
The records of the defendant.
And did you obtain search warrants for those documents? And did the companies comply?
Yes.
And when you received the returns from the companies, did they provide a certificate of authenticity for the documents?
Yes.
And were you able to review those returns?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have 4 proposed exhibits for 4 of the defendants, and I'm going to say right now, anticipating objections, that I am only admitting these exhibits against the declarants, with the exception of Kenneth Thompson's, because Kenneth Thompson his return includes several photos of several of the defendants.
Run that by me one more time. You have several exhibits.
I have 4 exhibits.
4 exhibits.
They are selections from Facebook returns for Rose Rook, Clifford Frost, Marianne Sheridan, and Kenneth Thompson. Statements that I am admitting for Ms. Rook, Mr. Frost, and Mr. Sheridan at this point.
Ms. Sheridan.
Ms. Sheridan, excuse me. I am only seeking to admit against the declarant.
Okay.
For the purposes of the exam.
Got it.
With the exception of Mr. Thompson, who took several photos that encompass several of the defendants on the date in question.
Brother, I just wanted to see whatever is going to be introduced about Rose Rook, because I'm not sure.
All right, it's real short.
Thank you.
All right. No other objections, I will proceed.
Well, you just, I guess, introduced that you would be seeking, but I don't know if you laid any foundation or anything yet.
I was just letting the defense know so that there wouldn't be hearsay objections.
Well, I think they're waiting to see what's gonna happen first.
Understood. Agent Shaw, permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you what has been marked as people's proposed exhibit 2. And are those select pages from a social media return?
Yes,
How many pages is the entire document?
3 pages here.
And what is the first page?
The certificate of authenticity, domestic records of regularly conducted activity.
And there's,
Identify which
Page 1.
person.
Which person?
that's page 2. I'm getting there. Can you turn to page 2? Does that identify the holder of those records?
Yes,
And who is that?
Mrs. Rosebrook.
And I'm gonna ask you to turn to page 3 and not read the contents, but identify what that page is.
This page contains posts, so it has a author, sent, body, shared, date created. That information, author.
And is it from a social media return?
Yes,
Does it have a page number?
yes,
What's the page number on the third page of the document?
2,788.
And are there posts on that page that are highlighted?
Yes,
Can you give me the date and time of the first post?
yes, the date is 2020, December 15th. Time is 04/31/52 hours UTC time.
Do you know how to convert that?
I believe it's Eastern Standard Time would be converted 5 hours earlier.
You said the time was what in
It's
UTC?
04/31 hours and 52 seconds. I believe the conversion is 5 hours earlier.
People would move to the people propose exhibit 22.
People's 22? I think you said 2 earlier.
22.
Oh, 22. Any objections to 22?
No objection.
That's a minute.
Highlighted. I'm gonna ask you to read those, but the first post, was that post made by the owner of the return, Ms. Brooke?
No,
Is it a statement or a question?
it's a question.
The second post, is that made by Ms. Brooke?
Yes,
And the third post, is that made by Ms. Brooke?
yes.
I'm gonna ask you to read the 3 posts.
The first one, did you get to vote today? Question mark. Second one is, yes, I did, but we got slapped in the face by Shirky and Chatfield. The third one, as you know, I am sure.
Now, during the course of your investigation, does that give any context to the comment about Shirky and Chat?
Yes,
Who's that referring to?
Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirky and Speaker of the House.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to object. He really can't say who she meant to refer to. It may refer to that, but I think all he can testify to is what was said. I don't think he can give his opinion on who's- what-
As to who
the speaker
Shirky
meant.
and Chapel is?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't think he should be, is qualified to say. who she
Well, I
meant.
think he said, I think that she prefaced the question by saying, based on his investigation, did that give any clarification? He could be wrong.
No, I understand, but my objection was to her question that who is she referring to? In other words, asking for him to narrate what the writer of those words meant.
He can't say for certain, but I don't think that was her question.
Okay, but I misunderstood it. Now withdraw my objection. Thank you.
Did you answer the question?
He did.
Yeah, I said who they were.
And during the course of your investigation, did Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey or Speaker of the House Lee Chatfield have any involvement in the events between the 2020 presidential election and the votes for the Michigan Electoral College?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Freeman, on behalf of Ms. Sheridan, calls for hearsay.
I just asked if they had any involvement. That doesn't involve a statement.
An improper foundation.
Based on this investigation was what I prefaced the question.
I joined that. It's gotta be hearsay. Yeah, it's gotta be based on hearsay.
Based on his investigation, this
Yeah,
is
he
your
says he talked
response.
to other people. I'm sorry.
I realized I was still looking at you when I said that, Terry. Your response is that it's based on his investigation?
During his investigation, was he able to determine whether or not Mike Shirkey, Lee Chatfield had any involvement in? I guess
Slightly different question. You were going,
It's hearsay.
Yeah, and I don't know what
100%
relevance that.
well,
Sorry, Your Honor.
this entire investigation is hearsay overall.
I would agree with that. I don't know what relevance it would have, Your Honor,
That's-
whether Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield did.
That is a
thing
valid,
having to
I
do
don't know what
I don't see
relevance
how-
it has either, but maybe she can respond as to what's the relevance.
I think it gives context to the statement itself.
The statement in the text messages you're referring to
Yes,
about being slapped in the
Whether-
face by Shirkey and Chatfield or.
yes. But, you know, I can do it for another witness. We don't have to explain it right. I can do it.
I mean, the objection as to hearsay is overruled. If his response was that this was based on his investigation.
Well,
This investigation is a compilation of hearsay.
and based on your investigation, without revealing any statements, were you able to determine any role played by either Mike Shirkey or Lee Chatfield, if any?
Objection, Your Honor, there's no foundation. It's been laid. Based on this,
That's
what
the-
investigation? What has he even done for the investigation? How many hundreds of people did he talk to? How many thousands of documents did he look at? What basis? What are we talking about? There's no foundation. It's just this all encompassing based on everything that you did.
But not what he did.
And plus, Your Honor, again, it's relevance. I mean, I don't see where that's right. What Senator Shirkey and Representative Chatfield may or may not have done is, unless they're gonna tie it to my client or the other defendants, or they were involved somehow, which I don't think they were. So I just don't see the relevance of this at all.
I asked what the relevance was, but she said she would get around to it later. But your statement was about the foundation. Okay. We should do that. Okay, that's the foundation,
We're talking about relevance of foundation.
the objection to foundation.
Well, the foundation is if the officer in charge was able to learn anything through his investigation. I'm not asking him to recite statements, but if he developed information that gives context to Ms. Brooks' statement in her Facebook, the fact that the statement is made makes it relevant. The
Right.
date, the time, and the context of the statement makes all of that relevant. She's talking about voting. She's talking about being slapped in the face by Shirkey and Chatfield. And if this witness's investigation can give context to what that may mean, I think that would be relevant and beneficial to the court.
Maybe I misunderstood Mr. Freeman's objection. It was as to whether or not you laid sufficient foundation as to what that investigation entailed. Is that what you're?
That's correct, Your Honor, because I think what we're gonna find is we ferret through this, that a lot of it is hearsay,
Well, Your Honor, I can't
and
pitch.
that's impermissible.
I can't get to the foundation question until I get to the preliminary question of, did your investigation provide any information that would give insight? And then I can ask, in what way did it provide insight? And if that leads to an objection for hearsay, that's an objection for another matter. But we have to get through the preliminary questions. And the first question has to be, did your investigation provide any information as it related to any involvement of Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield? Witness could say no.
I don't know.
That's the end of the inquiry.
To Attorney Coleman's point, I still don't know what the relevance of that question is. I'm going to allow the question because I think I have to find out where we're going with it. As to the sufficient foundation, I'm overruling that objection. You can remove, or you can complete your question. Thank you.
Yeah, ask it again.
I can answer yes.
Okay. And how were you able in your investigation to identify any involvement of Mike Shirkey or Lee Chatfield? And it's probably best if you refer to them individually. So what part of your investigation provided you insight to any role Mike Shirkey played during the, I believe it was referred to as the election season?
I learned that they released a statement on December 14th.
Well, you said
Who's
that.
That's what's about the Mike Shirkey and Lee Chatfield.
Okay, and before we even get into that, during your investigation, were you able to basically step back into 2020 and determine the climate surrounding, well, immediately after the November 2020 election in the state of Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay, and as far as the election results in the state of Michigan, was there any controversy about the Michigan results?
Yes.
And what was the state of that controversy at the end of November 2020?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object, because I know from previous testimony of this witness does not know the cases that were pending. He didn't pay any attention to that. He could not say what federal cases, what state cases.
Why would you object? You want to see if his answer is the same, don't you?
Well, I just don't think he's qualified to talk about what was pending, because he doesn't.
I don't know. Let's see what his answer is.
Okay.
Well, just as a response, his investigation doesn't just have to be pending litigation.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I just thought he wasn't qualified based on his testimony. But I'll withdraw my objection, see how it develops.
Thank you.
So in your investigation, just looking back at the state of what was the controversy as it related to the Michigan presidential election results?
Well, the controversy was, of course, did Donald Trump win the popular vote, or did Joe Biden win the popular vote?
And during your investigation, did you obtain the election-related documents from the Michigan Department of State?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically referring to the certificate of ascertainment, did you obtain a copy of that?
Yes.
People would request permission to approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you what has been admitted as Exhibit 5.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a copy of the amended certificate of ascertainment as well as the original certificate of ascertainment for the state of Michigan 2020 election?
Yes.
And does both the amended copy and the original copy identify which parties' nominees were appointed as electors for the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And do both documents, the amended and the original, identify the same party?
Yes.
Which party is that?
The Democratic Party.
During your investigation, did you find any information that a third certificate of ascertainment was ever issued identifying the Republican Party's nominees as the appointed electors?
No.
Did you come across any case law or cases or court orders that either ordered a recount or stopped any of the electoral process because the election was in controversy?
No.
Are you able to tell us by looking at the certificate of ascertainment the difference between the votes achieved by the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party?
On both copies or?
The amended.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Yes.
And how many, what's the vote difference?
It's roughly, I mean, the Democratic votes start there is 2,804,040 votes. The Republican Party is at 2,649,852. So a difference of roughly 150,000.
During your investigation, did you find any information that a recount was requested in the state of Michigan?
No.
During your investigation, did you find any information that any legislative action was taken to either stop the electoral process before December 14th or to, I guess, to appoint the Republican nominees as electors?
I'd like a clarification on the question. Legislation, would that be federal or state?
I said state legislation.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
What, could you repeat the question?
No, I don't think I can. So I'm just gonna try and ask it, but I'm sure it's gonna be different.
Okay.
During your investigation, did you find any action by the state legislation either to stop the electoral process before December 14th? I'll just stop there. Did you find any action by state legislation to replace the Democratic nominees with the Republican nominees as the appointed electors for the state of Michigan?
No.
And during the election season for the presidential election of 2020, who was the Senate Majority Leader for the Senate?
Mike Sherman.
And who was the leader of the House for the state?
Lee Chapel.
Thank you. No approach to witness, Your Honor.
You, new exhibit?
New exhibit. Should I just hold this exhibit?
Yeah, it's 422.
Okay.
We'll start with the new exhibit tomorrow. We'll discuss the feedback here at 8:30 in the morning. The issues that we should address before we adjourn for today.
For the people.
Your Honor, I'm just wondering about scheduling. I'm not familiar with the court and you take a certain time for lunch, just in case I have other phone calls that I have to try to schedule.
I don't take a certain time. I try to break when it's natural for the witness so that we don't disrupt the flow. And because we're doing multiple defense, it'd be easier to stop when she's done versus stopping when it's midway between all of the defense witnesses. But I can't try to get it done between 12 and 1, but it'll vary, I'm sure, depending on whatever her witnesses are. So lunch is always up to whoever is cross-examining or direct. Not up to me.
Thank you for clarifying.
I hate to assume, but the court would rather us return to these seats tomorrow that we're currently in.
No, that's you. Those are now your assigned seats. You now, for the next 7 days, you have to sit. I'm not playing. You have to sit in the same place so I can remember who's who. And you all have to go in the same order.
They don't move around.
Where am I
gonna go?
I don't care.
You want to sit here?
I'm gonna take these. Thank
Yeah,
you.
right.
Okay, we're off the record. This is an exhibit. This was, he never admitted that, so I'll give it back to, there you go, sir. So Ms. Rodriguez, you're all set for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay.